in the layout? The triple deck to begin with, or just
Started out with a double deck in mind,
okay?
and then
Yep, I see a YouTube vlog.
the layout. The triple deck.
Wow.
Or just started out with a double. In the layout. The triple deck. Or just started out with a
Well,
double deck.
that's somebody's. That's the end scale. Okay, now it's music. Well, I think it started with because of COVID, right? We didn't have a fall convention in 2020. I guess that's the real reason why NERx came about.
Had to cancel the fall convention, which was supposed to be run by the hub. It was all planned. We had a team, and we decided, hey, you guys are doing the NERx thing. Let's talk to you about how we can get NER so we can do the same thing. Off we went. The rest is history. Now you're stuck with us forever.
I'm getting sound from YouTube somewhere.
Good evening for those of you watching from in and around the Northeastern region, and good morning, good afternoon to those tuning in from around the country and around the world. My name is Dave Ensley, the current Vice President of the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. I am honored to be your host this evening for the first of 4 days of incredible content. On behalf of the NER President, Ed O'Rourke, the Board of Directors, and the countless volunteers that helped to put on this event, we welcome you. This is our third installment of NERx, the NER's annual virtual convention. Be sure to check out our website at nerx.org for all the details for this week. We have assembled a series of clinics on a variety of topics that we hope will enhance your model railroading enjoyment. Check out the clinics page on the website for handouts for some of these sessions. We are also pleased to feature 6 layouts from around the NER to entertain and inspire you. And finally, each evening, we are introducing a roundtable discussion on a range of topics that we hope will elevate theirs. After all, we all are the NMRA. Mini Prints, an NMRA partner that produces 3D printed animals, figures, and other items, will be holding a drawing for a $50 gift voucher that will be presented to one lucky viewer on Thursday at 9:00 p.m. Look for a link in the Facebook and YouTube chats to register for this drawing. You can also find a link on the website homepage. Just scroll to the Mini Prints graphic. Entries will close at 8:30 p.m. on Thursday. You can also ask questions during any of our clinics by using the chat window in Facebook or YouTube. Clinicians will be live to help answer all your questions at the end of each presentation. Be sure to ask questions and we can continue the conversation in the chat. To start us off, our first clinician is a sociologist from St. John, New Brunswick, where he is a professor and academic dean of the Faculty of Theology at Acadia University. He has been an avid model railroader since his junior high school days and is particularly interested in realistic operations and modeling the potato industry. His double-decked HO scale Carleton Railway fills a 28 by 40 foot basement. He has served as president of NMRA Canada for several years and is currently serving as an advisor to the Eastern Canada Division. He is married to his wife, Rosalie. Discussing techniques for modeling rural scenes on model railroaders, we are pleased to welcome Steve McMullin. No. Hey, Steve. Yes, let's roll the video.
Hi there, I'm Steve McMullin. I'm glad to be talking to you about modeling rural scenes, something that I really enjoy doing on my Carleton Railway, which is in my basement in St. John, New Brunswick. Back in the 1980s, I was living in a very rural part of Carleton County, New Brunswick, just a few miles from the Maine border. On one side of our house, the general store was a few hundred feet away. In the other direction was a large potato storage building. And both behind our house and across the road were hundreds of acres of potato fields, open potato fields. The houses in the community were really spread out, but it was a close community where people knew one another well. No railway had ever come through that small community of Waterville, where my wife Rosalie and I were living at the time. But as I began construction of my first model railroad layout in the basement bedroom, I decided that this would be a perfect place to imagine a fictional 1960s era railway that served the agricultural industry. Almost 40 years later and 2 houses later, I still modeled that fictional Carleton Railway as its tracks cross Carleton County through many very small rural communities. So in this slide, you can see the location of Carleton County on the map. It's really the heart of potato growing country, and it's an area that's characterized by large farm fields, beef and dairy cattle farms, and all of the buildings associated with farming and with country living. It feels rural when you're in Carleton County. And that's what I wanted on my layout. When people descend the stairs into the basement, I want them to experience that rural feeling as they view the layout. My parents both grew up on farms in rural communities, and although I grew up as a townie, we often visited uncles and aunts who lived on farms. So to create a rural feeling that I wanted, I began first to buy a lot of HO scale kits for farm buildings. And as you can see in these slides, there are barns for horses, there are barns for dairy cows, there are barns for beef cattle, there are pig pens. I included one sheep farm because one of my uncles raised sheep. There are old hand pumps for watering the cattle, just as I remember from my childhood in the 1960s. So I guess I'm trying to bring back some of my memories and some of the things that I felt as I saw those things on the farm. So my experience is the basement layouts can easily become very, very crowded with track and buildings and scenery and all the things we want on our layouts. And the Carleton Railway is quite a big layout. It's in a large basement, has a 450-foot main line. I didn't want the layout to seem crowded. Now it helps that the layout is on two levels, but I wanted to convey the sense that there's lots of open space. And so this was done in a number of ways, one of which was by providing a few large potato fields along the tracks with the illusion that the potato fields continue into the aisles. And rather than filling the spaces with trees and with foliage, I provided a lot of open fields. And again, you can see just in this slide where I've just left an area there. I still have to plant the potatoes there, but it's an area that will be a potato field alongside of that farm. Now, this photo isn't, I guess we'll call it an aerial photo. It was before drones were around, but back in the 1960s, this photo is an aerial view of the largest potato field that I have included on the layout. It's in the very tiny community of Silverdale, and it occupies most of, I guess, one half of a central peninsula. So the main line sort of goes around this field as it goes around one of the peninsulas on the railway. And that gave quite a bit of room for the potato field. It's about 2 feet deep by 5 feet wide. And once again, I could have filled this with a number of things. And when friends would come to visit, they'd say, oh, you could put a couple of big industries there. You've got all that room. But I really wanted that rural feeling. So I call this the world's largest HO scale potato field. I don't know if it really is, but no one has corrected me so far. It's simply woodland scenics clump foliage that I stretched out and glued to the field in rows. In this case, or in this field, there are 120 rows of potatoes. And it took about 10 to 15 minutes to plant each row. So if you figure that out, it did take a while to install this field on the layout. But I didn't do it all at once. I would take breaks from my work, and actually it was very relaxing and satisfying just to take a break, maybe go for 15 minutes, just to plant a couple rows of potatoes at a time until finally the whole field of 120 rows had been planted. And I think probably more than anything else on the railroad, on the whole layout, I think this field contributes well to the illusion that this setting is a very rural area. This is another aerial photo of another part of the layout. And you can see here a field where I've not yet planted the potatoes. I intend to do so, but I haven't managed to get around to doing it yet. What I encourage you to notice in this photo is that the open field with no trees and no other foliage makes what would otherwise be a very busy scene look quite spacious. Because here in the community of Rosedale, which in real life is where my mother was born and grew up, there are 5 potato storage sheds along the railway, and with a total of 12 spots for reefers. So it's actually quite a busy spot in an operating session. Lots of things being switched in addition to, I guess, a couple of other industries that are there as well. But by leaving that space for a large open field behind the potato houses, it makes the whole scene seem much less busy. And I should add that one challenge in modeling a potato farming area is that I had to scratch build a total of 18 potato houses for the layout, which actually I really enjoy doing because potato houses come in a lot of different shapes and sizes and styles. And so I've tried on the layout to provide a number of different examples of how potato houses were built. And so this slide, for example, shows a much more modern style of potato house with the north and west sides of the building buried into the side hill, which was done for insulation. That was a very common thing in Carleton County, and it helps make the scene look realistic. When people visit my layout and they're from Carleton County, it's one of the things that they mention. I actually have several of the potato houses that are banked like this, that are sort of built into a side hill. If you were driving around in Carleton County, or for that matter, Aroostook County, Maine, across the border, you would see that as quite a common occurrence as people sought to save on heating bills and also to better insulate the potatoes from the cold in the wintertime. And these next slides really simply show some of the ways that farmhouses added to the rural feeling. Lots of flowers that have been planted, the rural mailbox, the fellow going out to get his mail here, again, lots of flowers around that farmhouse. The dog sleeping on the front porch, I guess in that house, and I don't know if you can see it very well, but in this large potato house as well. That's by the big, large farmhouse is by the big potato field. Again, these are all things that just evoke memories of rural living. And that's really what I wanted. So again, just in looking at that scene, for example, to see the various farm vehicles that are there, the tractor, and the farmhouse in the background, just to give that sense that this is not an urban scene. There's a rural feeling that's here. It's not just a matter of what is in the picture, but it's how it's in the picture and the space that is there. Even the vehicles can add to that sense of rural realism. So, for example, back when I was living in Waterville, New Brunswick myself, I remember one farm was still using an old Army surplus truck on the farm in the 1980s. So that's something I wanted to make sure that I included because that was something that happened a fair amount in farms in those days. And the trucks that were used to bring the potatoes from the field to the barn might have been used, well, only for a few weeks each year during the harvest. So some of the vehicles, some of the trucks that were used to bring in the barrels of potatoes from the fields were anything but new. And so when Classic Metalworks came out with their 1940s Chev truck, that seemed to me to be just about perfect for a 1960s era model railway, because it's what I remember from my childhood. In fact, when I first saw that model coming out, I thought immediately of the farm of one of my uncles. And again, that would have been in the 1960s. So those older trucks that were used, I guess, again, any old truck will do, I've said, during 1960s potato harvest, because it was a lot of trucks were needed, but it was for a very brief period in the year when they were used for that purpose. Another feature of farming in the 1960s was some accommodation for migrant farm workers. So when I remember, even again into the 1980s, many of the buildings were still there. When you would drive around in rural areas, you would see these little, I'll call them cottages, cabins that were used when migrant farm workers, when transient workers came through during the potato harvest time and worked on the farms. And so to provide for that feeling, that sense as well, I've added in different places on the layout a few little cabins. You can see here, again, some small cabins, a hand pump where they can get water. There's an outhouse as well. Just a reminder of that aspect of farm life in the 1960s. Now, one of my memories, I grew up in the small town of Woodstock, which is in Carleton County, but it's a town. And when I grew up in Carleton County in the town of Woodstock, we lived very near, actually just a couple of houses away from the CNR station and the small CNR yard. And there were stock pens that were there. And I remember as a child that on Mondays, our street got very busy because the farmers brought their animals, their livestock, to be shipped by rail on Mondays. And so again, that's something that to me gives that rural sense to the railroad. The fact that there are stock cars and various trains. I have a number, I guess I have cattle loading pens in 6 different communities along the main line on the Carleton Railway to enable farmers to ship their livestock. I mean, this cattle loading pen is just a Campbell kit that I assembled many, many years ago. But again, just to give a little of that sense. And you can see in the background as well, feed store. I have several of those on the railroad too, because that's one of my memories. I can remember even as a child, I had a brother much older than I was, and he actually got a job one year loading feed at one of the big feed mills and taking it out to farms. And so he would let me go with him in the truck. And so again, just one of those things that I remember that I want to make sure is included. And again, I don't know if you can see very clearly in that picture there, but I mean, it's a Walther's kit. But I've tried to do a few things there, including the fact that there are pigeons all over the roof, which again is one of the things that I remember about feed mills that again adds to that sense of realism, hopefully, that this is a rural scene, that this is the type of thing that was seen around those buildings. These next 3 slides, I've just added because once again, these are things that I remember from driving in rural areas that were not allowed in town. So, you know, here we have a junkyard that's fairly visible from the road, right next door to the next door neighbors. Those things wouldn't have been allowed in most towns, but out in a rural area that where there were no zoning laws back in those days, there are now. But in those days, not too much in terms of zoning laws. Those types of things were fairly common. And again, I've got a couple of scenes that we'll say are across the tracks. Here's a small residence along the highway where they have a pig in the backyard. And then here's another scene that you know, has the junk cars around and people working on a car in the driveway. Again, just a sense that this is not an urban neighborhood, that this is, you know, this is far from where there are zoning laws that are having an effect on what can be included on a lot. This is probably a familiar commercial kit to people, but for, again, giving that sense that this is a rural railway, I thought that this was really an essential thing to have in some communities. So this is a little community of, well, it's the community of Waterville on my railroad, where people can stop in and get vegetables. I don't know if you can see very clearly that, but there's a little cut behind the building. That's where the main line of the railway goes by. So this vegetable stand is actually between the railway and the aisle. So it's something you see close up. Again, just a reminder that this is rural railroading, that it's a reminder of the fact that this is a farming area where people bring their produce to market. Now, the next few slides I want to talk about a little bit too. I already mentioned that my first home after I was married was in the rural community of Waterville. And this was very much a farming community. Lots of farms, again, hundreds of acres each of the farms would have, mostly potatoes, but a number of farms that had livestock as well. And some vegetable farming too. Well, we moved to the community of Waterville and people were very welcoming, but I'd grown up with parents who had both grown up on farms. And so when I was growing up, my parents had a large vegetable garden in the backyard. And that just became something that was part of life and I was used to. So when we got married and moved to our first home, there was a big back lawn, but no garden. So I went to work that first summer to dig up an area and plant a garden that I guess each year probably kept getting a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger each summer. I just did that because it was something I enjoyed and it was something that I wanted to do. Little did I realize the effect of starting to garden in our backyard. The garden was a far more important aspect than I would have realized in being accepted as a true member of the community. That garden became a reason why neighbors stopped by to talk to me, sometimes telling me, you know, the people who've lived here in the past, they didn't have a garden here. They didn't bother to have a garden. And I realized that this is without exception, I think, all of the lifelong residents of that community had a big vegetable garden in their backyard. In fact, I thought it was strange. Some of the farmers who had, they had lots of things growing in their farm, but still they'd have the vegetable garden for themselves by the house. It was just one of those things. It was part of rural living. Everyone did it, except for outsiders who came to live in the community. So the fact that I had a vegetable garden, I think, helped to make me an insider. It was only the newcomers to the community that didn't bother with the garden. So as I started to model these communities, first I thought, well, I need to include a vegetable garden somewhere. So I did. And once I did that, it just didn't seem quite right to me, because when I thought about the community where I had lived, everyone had a vegetable garden. So I'm working on it. I've got, I think, 10 houses so far that have a vegetable garden, but I'll keep working at it. But it's one of those details that, again, when people come into the basement, they notice it and they mention it. The fact that it reminds them of some rural place where they have been. So I've included vegetable gardens. Some are fairly large, some are fairly small, like this one. And I think that it helps to give that rural feeling. Oh, yeah, and this is a very small example of a vegetable garden. Isn't that clear, that photo, I guess? And here's another vegetable garden, again, on the other side of the tracks here, but again, a well-tended vegetable garden. And you can see, obviously, I've included some commercial vegetables there, but also I've done the same trick here that I did with my potato fields. I've used the clump foliage in different colors from Woodland Scenics, and I've glued them into the garden plot so that they look like rows. And I should say too, having a few apple trees around is also something I remember from visiting my aunt and uncle's farms when I was a child. Again, this is one of the larger potato fields that I have, complete with a garden shed that's by it there. So again, you can see the pumpkins in the background, and some are actually even the vines have gone through the fence and are falling down towards the track. There's a cut behind the garden, behind the fence, or between the two fences there, where the railway goes through, and you can see there's a little wooden overpass, and something that you'd only see in a pretty rural area and a very rarely used road, I guess, that goes across the railway there. So again, just a little overpass to give that, again, another sense that this is a rural road that doesn't require a big, heavy bridge that would be used for trucking. This is really local residents traffic. This particular scene is from a spot that looked too crowded to me. So again, you can't see too clearly on the other side of the track, but if you look straight ahead, you can see the passenger station. So there's quite a long passenger platform here. There are 3 or 4 industries in the community. And there's also, the railway has a resort hotel here. So with all of the things in this little area, it just seemed to me it was getting too busy. And this area on this, where you're looking at the horses, this area is between the main line and the front and the aisle, just, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 inches wide, a place where I was thinking I'd put a couple of houses or something. But as I looked at the scene, I just thought, this is too crowded. What can I do to make this have the feeling of being, again, a rural area? It's looking a little bit urban here. I've got so many things in a small area. So instead of putting more buildings here, what I did was I put in this split rail fence and a few horses, and made it look as though the field extends beyond the fascia, I guess, that the field goes on out into the aisle. And suddenly, again, I guess I would say that some of the people who come to operate on my railroad commented the very first time that I had done this. When they came down, they said, "What have you done here to make this look bigger? This doesn't look the same as it did before." Well, I hadn't made any changes except to put in this little field and this, probably 2 feet of fencing and a few horses. But suddenly, that just made it feel like it wasn't crowded anymore. That this whole area, even though there's only 5 or 6 inches showing, but this whole area on this side of the railroad is actually a big field. And so once again, it brought back that sense that this is a rural area. Another little thing that I did, again, these are just commercial kits. And so I have one small town in my layout. Most of my communities really are just rural farming communities, but I have the small town of South Newbridge on the railroad. It's where the Northampton subdivision joins with the Maine line. So it's a fairly busy yard here, and it's sort of in the middle of the railway as well. So I have a number of stores, a gas station, there's a town hall and a fire station, and just some things that you'd expect in a small community. But because, again, it's next to the aisle, I didn't want people to have the sense that I was trying to portray this as a city of some kind. I wanted people to look at this and really have a sense that this is a small town that serves an agricultural area. And so I thought back again to my parents. My mother, before she was married, was a clerk in the United Farmers Store, which was sort of a cooperative type store where the farmers, had shares in it. My parents had shares in the United Farmers Store. It was a place where they went and bought things and got a shareholders discount, and where the farmers would bring their produce as well. So this, even though it's a sort of a small urbanish scene, by including the United Farmers Store, which would be quite familiar to people who, again, lived in Carleton County in the 1960s, probably even up into the 1970s, they would see this as a reminder that this is a rural area. And again, just to add to that sense of the rural scene and the rural feeling. Similarly, in Rosedale, again, just a very small building here with a little general store and a little diner or lunch counter, staples of a small rural farming community. Now, you might think this is a little bit unusual, but it isn't. Again, this is just a common commercial kit, but I've made it into the recreation center. In the 1960s and probably 1970s as well, many of the small rural communities in Carleton County had a rec center, as they called it. The people in the community got together. Often they would build a small building. They would have, well, again, bingo or just community events, wedding showers, baby showers, lots of things. Or if there need to be a community meeting to discuss something, they would have the meeting at the rec center. Well, the little communities of Wakefield and Rosedale, which I model, they're both communities that are part of my layout. Though the people in those communities did not have any kind of a recreation center, but there was a Quonset hut building that had been used as a commercial building, and it was being, well, it was for sale. If anyone would buy it and move it, they could buy it. And so the folks in those two communities decided that this was an opportunity for them to have a major fundraiser. So they made arrangements to take possession of the building, and the people from those two communities actually walked the building. So they put straps and handles around the bottom of the Quonset hut structure, and they walked. I think it would probably be about maybe 6 to 8 miles, something like that. They walked up the main highway to take this to their community for a rec center. And at the time, it was a pretty famous thing. It was on the national news. They raised a lot of money. In fact, I think they raised so much money that they actually ended up building a better rec center in the end. But nevertheless, it was something that was well known. So once again, as people who remember that era visit my layout, they understand why the Rosedale Wakefield Rec Center is in a Quonset hut on my layout. So the idea of the rec center, I think, just in itself is a reminder of that rural feeling. You didn't see a rec center in larger centers, but in these rural communities where they had community events taking place, why this was an important thing to have. So it's why I've included it on the layout. This is in Rosedale, where, as I said before, my mother grew up, and very small community. I remember the little church that was there that my mother had gone to as a child. It was very small, just had 2 windows on each side, in fact, so it was a very small church. So once again, and so through the layout, I have several of these quite small churches, different designs and different kits that I've bought. But to give that sense of the white clapboard, in most cases, church that is out in the rural area. In the next slide, you'll see that gas stations in the 1960s were not necessarily the same as they are now. A lot of small little gas stations, and Fina was a common brand in New Brunswick at the time, one that I remember well. So throughout the layout, I've put a number of these very small gas stations. This, as I say, this one's Fina. I have BA, British American, was another common gas station in New Brunswick at that time, as well as, I guess, I've got Texaco and Esso as also. But again, just a sense that this is not an urban scene, but it's a very rural scene. This is just to show a painter who was doing a landscape along the stream here. This is the Newick stream, and again, this is not an urban bridge. This is just a little bridge on a rural road. But again, to give that feeling that we're way out in the country here as the railroad goes by. And then this final slide is just a slide of the sawmill. Again, it's a fair size sawmill. It's the Walther's kit, obviously, but farming isn't the only thing that makes the railway rural. I've talked about not having a lot of trees in some areas where we want to have lots of room for fields. But I do have a lot of trees on this layout because there are forests, particularly as you get away from the St. John River Valley. There are more and more forest areas. And so I wanted to make sure that that forestry industry was also included on the railroad as part of the rural feel. And so this is the large mill. There's also another very small mill that I have in another community. This means that there are lots of logs that are arriving at the mills via the railway, and I have a couple of places where logs are loaded on sidings, and in addition to one siding that is for pulpwood loading. So, all of these scenes, it's not that there's something, I don't know, sort of super detailed about the Ready thing. It's really to give that feeling that when you come into the basement and you are in the middle of the layout, you really have a sense that you're in a rural area, that not in explicit ways, but more in just the feeling that you get in the railroad, that this is, you're out in the country, you're away from the city, you're away from even towns, and you're seeing the way that people live in rural areas, and that reinforces the idea that the Carleton Railway is a railway that serves the agriculture industry, I have a lot of refrigerator cars that are used to move those potatoes to market, as well as the bills of lading. Talk about in the spring of the year, there's always fertilizer that's being delivered to the farmers. So in the way in which the railroad operates, even in the type of freight that shows on the waybills, you can see that this is a rural area. And so that's a look at the Carleton Railway. Certainly, if you were in St. John, New Brunswick, I hope that you will contact me.
All right, fantastic job, Steve. I'm getting a lot of great ideas for my own railroad that I'm modeling rural Rensselaer County. So great to have you. Now that your sound is working as well.
Hopefully so.
Yes, it is. So you told a lot of great stories from your childhood and the experiences you had growing up. How did that factor into how you developed your scenes?
Well, I do have a lot of great memories, I guess, about visits to farms when I was a child growing up. And I also remember the ways the railway was closely related to agriculture in Carleton County. The small CNR yard was less than a block from my parents' home. So, and next to the CN station along the track was the Green Cross chemical dealer. And then a little farther down the track was a big potato house, Rose's Potato House. Across the yard was the Maplewood Turnings Mill. So again, those are the types of things that are in my mind. During the harvest season, especially, the railway to me as a child, it was a very exciting place. It was busy. Seemed like every spot available in the yard was filled with old orange leased reefers ready to be sent to whatever of the potato houses along the line put in an order for them. And one of my vivid memories, I think I was in junior high, was seeing a train with 5 locomotives coming through, and I don't know how many reefers were behind it, but it was potato harvest time. And so in our little town in rural New Brunswick, what seemed to me to be big time railroading was happening with these 5 locomotives going through. So I guess for me, modeling a rural scene in the 1960s is about evoking some of those common aspects of life as I remember them in Carleton County. When I think of visits to farms, several of my uncles were farmers, and drives on country roads and the CPR and the CNR tracks running through those farming areas, I think of a kind of life that those scenes represented. Everything from the little country stores and the vegetable stands to the new and old farm equipment that seemed to be all over the place. And I wanted my layout to look like that. I wanted it to look rural, to feel rural. However, I wanted a busy model railroad for operations, but I didn't want it to seem busy. I didn't want the scenes to seem busy. So yes, I think I've tried to recreate some things from my memories as a child, but I've also wanted to have a railroad that provided a lot of fun for operations too.
Yeah, well, my memory of operating on a railroad with my dad was that we were pretty much leaving the yard, and as we got to the main line, we were already about 10 minutes off schedule. So, yeah. But you had a lot of potato fields. You also had the feed mills and the sawmills. What other industries are served on the Carleton Railway?
Well, a lot of them really are related to agriculture. I think I mentioned in the presentation, I've stock pens in a number of communities, and I also have probably the largest single industry is a meat packing plant. Although interestingly, most of the stock cars coming to that come from off the layout because obviously I didn't want farmers putting their cattle on in a stock car in one community, just take the next community down the road. But again, it makes for a lot of stock cars on the layout. I have produce dealers. There's a Willet fruit dealer, which again was a sort of a Maine produce terminal type company in New Brunswick back in those days. McCain Foods has a shipping facility as well. McCain's the huge frozen food place. And back in the 1960s, they weren't quite as big as they are now as a worldwide corporation, but certainly a major employer in Carleton County. There are most of the communities have a small bulk fuel dealer. which again, nowadays it's much more centralized, but in those days, actually, many small communities had 2 or 3 little bulk fuel dealers there. There's a potato chip plant, Hatfield's Potato Chips. Uh, there's a bakery as well. So a lot of things that are related in some way or another to agriculture or to the sort of small townishness of the area. There's also an apple farm, I should say too. It isn't just potato farming. There's an apple farm as well that has a place for shipping apples. Those are some of the things.
Yeah. So one of our viewers commented that someone needs an HO scale potato harvester so you can put them in your fields.
Well, I'd love to see a model of an HO scale potato harvester, but actually, when I think back to the 1960s, I don't know if there were any, but if they were rare, because the 1960s it was picking potatoes out in the field. So the schools would start early in August, so that there could be a potato break later on in the fall. Whenever the harvest happened, according to the weather, there'd be a potato break and the kids would head out along with adults as well, and they'd be picking potatoes in the field. So again, that's why you see in the photos of my potato houses the trucks coming with all those barrels of potatoes, because it was before harvesters and the bulk body trucks. The potato pickers were out in the field with their baskets, and they would have their ticket that they put on the barrel to say that it was their barrel, and they would fill the barrels, which would then head into the potato houses. So certainly by the 1970s, potato harvesters were common in Carleton County, but I don't think there were too many of them in the 1960s. Should have some potato planters though in the fields, maybe.
There we go.
Don't think there's a model of them that I've seen either.
So another comment we got was not noticing a lot of weathering in your railroad. So is that something you plan on doing, or is there light weathering there already?
Well, there's some weathering, but probably not in places you saw. So, for example, my refrigerator cars, which are again these CP and CN both would lease from ART or MDT or some of these leasing companies. They would have lots of those fleets. I've weathered those. And there are some buildings as too. So if you notice my luxury accommodations for the seasonal workers, I dry brush those to give a weathered sense as well. But certainly I can still do some more for sure. Yeah. I want to say, in Carleton County, everybody kept everything washed, sparkling clean. And the truth is some places did. So I had one uncle, for example, who was a dairy farmer. Well, I say a dairy farmer. He had a big white dairy barn, but he also was a potato farmer too. But it's one of the things I remember was that barn. I don't know if he painted it every year or what, but it was sparkling every year. But anyways, having said all of that, that's not an excuse. Yes, I do need to do some more weathering.
Well, we all have lots to do on our railroads, that's for sure. So it's a pretty big layout. So how big is your layout? And it also looks like you just have a lot of space. So you want to talk about a little bit about the size of the railroad?
Sure. So the basement is quite large, and larger than when you were there, Dave. So we actually built onto the house, and having done that, we of course had to expand the basement. So the layout now is about 28 by 40, I guess, altogether, and it's a double deck layout with actually the staging on both ends makes it triple deck in those areas. So it's a 450-foot main line, plus the staging yards at the end of that. I've tried to, again, use some techniques to make it look so it's not as crowded. And you probably saw this, that in many cases, the railway, the main line is towards the front of the scene, so that I had lots of room behind to provide for this sort of open scenery. But there's some places where I've done the opposite. I've put the railroad at the back. And for example, if you remember the vegetable stand, and the big garden next to it, and I've got there a picture of that little wooden bridge that's over a cut. So in a sense, the railway almost disappears. You can still see the tops of the cars that go by, but it makes it not as noticeable. So even though it's a 450-foot main line, I've tried to do my best to make it seem not crowded in any way.
Yeah, great, fantastic job doing that based on the video. So did you use a lot of photos for reference? You mentioned during the presentation that a lot of the modeling things you remember from your childhood, but how did you compose those scenes? By photo or by memory?
Um, well, some of each, but the truth is, if only when I was in junior high, I had thought to take a lot of photos, and I didn't. So one of the other members of our club here in St. John, Ron Grant, he has a lot of photos, which I have gotten him to provide for me. So that's been a big help. But a lot of it is from memory, and a lot of what I've done. I mean, it's not here's the prototype and here's my exact model. So even I've built scratch built potato houses, but they are essentially similar to the kinds of potato houses that I've seen. Now I'm going to retire at the end of December, and then I'm going to have all kinds of time, right, to do scratch building that I've wanted to do for years, but I've been too busy to do. But anyways, that's the plan. So so a lot of it I remember. And some things, I guess, I mean, nowadays you can go on the internet and you can see a lot of photos. So I've done that. I've been on the Provincial Archives, for example, of New Brunswick, which has a lot of scenes of these rural areas. And even the Historical Society up in Carleton County has a number of photos. So, it's a lot easier to get some of those photos than maybe it was at one time. But I still think so many times, why didn't I take a photo of this or that or the other thing that's now gone?
Another comment on the chat was the no Irving gas station. So I know we talked when we were preparing the video about FINA. So
Yeah.
what?
That's right. I guess I hadn't really thought about that. I don't have any Irving gas stations, although there are 2 Irving bulk plants on the layout. But I think I already mentioned on the video, there's a FINA one there. There's also a BA station, which again would have been very common in New Brunswick at that time, but is no longer around.
Well, Irving's still prevalent in St. John these days for sure, right?
It is very prevalent throughout New Brunswick. I mean, certainly, yeah, and would have been back then too. But there again, in those days, there were a lot more little gas stations, and today there are huge Irving stations. Yeah.
All right, so we have a question here. Did you ever get spring chicks off the train? That was my favorite ride to the city every year.
No, I did not. That sounds interesting.
So how much of your study in sociology was implemented into your railroad?
Oh, I don't know as I don't know as I blame sociology too much for it. Um, I mean, I guess what I'd say is I've always been very interested in people. So, it's another thing of my layout. I've lost track of how many hundreds of people I have. I've got figures everywhere, uh, doing things that I just, again, think that people did socially in those days. So I'm very interested in people. In the whether it's people shopping in some of the stores. I've got people in the billiard parlor. So I suppose it just shows my interest in people, but I wouldn't blame sociology for it too much.
So we chatted earlier about your family garden and how that became like a way for you to become a local in your town, right?
Yeah, and that was purely coincidental. I had no idea um, that if you didn't have a garden, you were seen as an outsider and they wouldn't have ever said that to me until they saw that I had a garden, and then it was very clear that those who didn't have gardens did not fit into the community well. Yeah, but I mean, I just did it because I still enjoy gardening.
Great. So that Quonset hut, what material did you use to build that?
Again, it's a commercial kit, so I wish I could tell you it was really some big craftsman job that I did. But I just took a commercial kit and I probably changed a little bit here and there, but basically that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's Walther's. Yeah, it's a Walther's kit.
And so when you were planning your railroad, did you use Google Maps or Google Earth for reference on your railroad?
Well, I've certainly been on them a lot. Well, yes, but probably not to do not to do with this clinic very much. So, for example, when I cross a stream, when there are bridges on the layout, that I've gone on Google Earth to make sure that I have it in approximately the right area and so on. So, for some of those things, I have. But really, the farming areas and so on, I just was very familiar with them as a child. I mean, these communities that are on my layout, they are real communities. And I have visited many of them as a child, and I've visited them many times as an adult too, because I've gone just to look at them and to think about my railroad and how it would fit here. So in that sense, I probably haven't needed them because I've just gone for a drive, and I mean it's still only a couple hours from where I live now. So it's a nice day to go up and enjoy driving around Carleton County to see things, and I do take a lot of pictures now of what's left. But again, a lot of the farming things from the '60s are long gone, but I can see where they were.
Yeah. So potatoes are harvested in fall, and we talked about fertilizer being delivered in the spring. So how does seasonality factor into your operating scheme?
Yeah. So so I have a 1965 calendar on the wall, and I just flip it each month as if this is 1965. So when we're having operating sessions, um, the season that we're actually in the outside world is the season that we follow in the operating session, and which I like because it provides some variety. So in the spring of the year, for example, say probably beginning about now and into April, you'd see a number of waybills for cars that are delivering cull potatoes to the starch plant or even to maybe a place where it would be used for feed for animals. So again, that's suddenly there would be reefers on the layout delivering potatoes, but they would be cull potatoes as they're called, the potatoes that are getting a little old for sale. And so they're being sent I mean, Hatfield's, the real potato chip plant in Heartland when I was growing up in the '60s, not only made potato chips, but they also were a starch plant as well. So some of the potatoes are shipped there, and the fertilizer too. And it's interesting because it's one of the things I had not remembered from being a child, talking to farmers in Carleton County, again, not recently, but probably 20 years ago. And they were telling me that actually the railroads used those leased reefers to deliver fertilizer in the spring because they had those reefers as sort of spare. And it meant they didn't have to bring in additional rolling stock. They had those reefers stored somewhere. So strange as it seems, they were using refrigerator cars to bring in fertilizer, but they really weren't refrigerator cars. I mean, they were ice bunker reefers, but they weren't used as refrigerator cars. They usually had if it was a warm day, they had the ice hatches open for ventilation to keep the potatoes from getting too warm. And in the wintertime, they actually had charcoal heaters on the bottom, which they used to keep the potatoes from freezing. So refrigerating the potatoes, as I say, normally that wasn't the use of the cars. It was for the insulation, really, mostly.
Got it. So staying on the operations theme, what do you do? What do you use for your operating scheme? I think you mentioned.
Well, this is my employee timetable right here, and so it's the railway timetable. We use car cards and waybills, and in the and I guess I didn't say in the fall when it gets particularly busy with potatoes. One of the things I like to do is to throw in maybe an extra train, or even I've done this a few times, put a second section behind a train that is a train load of reefers, because that can really add some challenge, I guess, without really destroying the fun of the operating session too. I mean, I don't want people sitting in a siding waiting for an hour to be able to get back on the main line, but having a second section come through of a scheduled train sometimes again adds just some extra interest to the whole thing.
And one question that came on, if there was one glaring mistake you made that you could fix on your railroad, what would it be?
Oh my, mistakes on my railroad. Who would ask such a thing? Well, I'm not sure. There would be several, I'm sure. I mean, one of the things I think of every time, but don't tell the other guys in my club because I've denied this right along. One of the things that I wish I'd done differently is west is to the right and east is to the left through the whole railway. And for me, that's fine, because when I first built the railroad 2 houses back, I was living in Carleton County, and our house was to the north of where, in my mind, the main line was going. So that's how I designed the railroad. But nobody else seems to see it that way now, that they're used to looking at a map that does things the opposite way. So that'd be one thing, I guess.
Fantastic. Look, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I certainly enjoyed our early chat when we were kind of getting this all done. Glad we got your sound back before the end, but really was fantastic. Appreciate your coming on, and I think we'll be getting ready for the next event. So thanks again, Steve.
All right, great to be here. Hope people come and visit my layout when they're in St. John, New Brunswick. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. I'm Dave Inslee, your host for the evening, and I'm excited to introduce our first roundtable discussion for this event. Last year, we had Brenna Whitney doing a presentation on the future of the hobby. Her stories of getting involved in the NMRA, both as a youth and a female, along with some of your questions, inspired us to dive deeper into some of the underrepresented populations within the NMRA. Tonight, we are delighted to welcome a distinguished panel of women that are making a difference in the NMRA. Remember to put your questions in the chat. Introducing the panel for this discussion will be the marketing coordinator for the National Model Railroad Association, Christine Zambri.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This roundtable discussion is definitely a first for me, but we all think that it's a very important topic to discuss, especially to keep the hobby growing. So I have with me a wonderful group of women who are all doing their part to improve the I guess you could say, status of women in the hobby, and to show other women out there that it's not necessarily a man's hobby and that women contribute greatly. We have women master model railroaders, women in charge of companies, women who manufacture things, women who are directors at cool museums. So I am going to pass this off and let everyone introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Deb, and then we'll continue on down the line.
Well, I'm probably the oldest in the group, or maybe been the longest. I've been in the hobby for about 45 years or so. I started out mainly doing volunteer for our local division, got on the board of the directors, and then I followed up with 25 years of working in the industry. Met many wonderful women who felt really in the minority, even in the manufacturing end of things. And then I'm currently involved with our large scale and operations. I've gotten into a lot, but I did have a status about a few years ago in the 90s. I was very involved with our hub division module group. So that's what I've been doing for the hobby, and hosted many events at our house. We have a very large garden railroad, which takes up most of our time.
Wonderful. Brenna?
Hello, I'm Brenna Whitney. I have been in the hobby for almost my entire life. I grew up playing with Thomas the Tank Engine, and that sort of manifested into HO. And sort of that's been my life. Starting at 8 years old, I was a member of the Youth and Model Railroading Lowell Division group. I aged out at 18, but I kept my involvement in the hobby. The hobby has sort of sparked my love of architecture, and that's what I'm finishing up my master's degree in. And then outside of the hobby, I actually work for the Conway Scenic Railroad as a trainman. So I'm living my childhood dream of working for the railroad part-time. So, yeah.
Awesome. Lindsay?
So I'm probably the newest to the field of model railroad, but I've been trying to make as much of an impact as I can. And mostly I started because when COVID hit, I had a 5-year-old at home and a husband who was obsessed with trains and a son who was obsessed with trains. And we could no longer see the train shows, and we could no longer ride the trains in our backyard. So we started building a layout. I'd never done anything before, and thanks to the women and men who have posted videos on YouTube and all the other information I could find, I covered half of our basement in a model railroad layout, HO scale. And I think the biggest impact that we've really contributed to is mostly getting the word out, not only about model railroading, but that women are involved and posting a lot on social media. So for us, it's a huge amount of growth on social media, for which that we always try and reiterate that actually I built it, and actually that it wasn't the men that were the ones doing it, and they just drive the trains, but all the building and the conception of how to do it and why came from a woman. And so the more I can share and spread that information. During COVID, we did a lot of Zooms with the kids in the neighborhood, and now we're planning on bringing modular layouts to libraries and to schools. So again, it's showing that women can be involved in putting the message out to social media on every platform.
Thanks, Lindsay. Michelle.
Okay, hi, I'm Michelle Kempema, and I'm the executive director of the Colorado Model Railroad Museum in Greeley, Colorado. And so I'm like Lindsay, kind of newer to the actual hobby, been involved in railroad side of things my whole life. So the modeling side was new. I'm definitely an appreciator and a constant learner, and I think that's what I love about the hobby is I'm always learning something new. And I keep thinking that I haven't built anything, but I actually did. I built a Department 56 Christmas layout, and it's been on display in the museum for 2 years. So I actually have built a layout. It's just not prototypical.
Thanks, Michelle. And Sue.
I'm Sue Osberg, and my current position in our local division, the Little Rotary Division, is that I'm superintendent of it. I'm not sure if it's because they really wanted me or because nobody else wanted the job, but I've had it for about 6 years now, and it looks like I'm going to be there for a while. Good to see you again, Deb. We haven't been up to see you in quite
Hi,
a while.
how are you?
Good.
I know. My face is long in the past.
Right. My background in model railroading, well, I always tell people I had the best of both worlds when I was a child because I'm an only. So one year I got a beautiful big doll for Christmas, but I also got trains around the Christmas tree. And that started the whole thing with my dad and myself. And when I began to outgrow it somewhat, the model train layout, it was HO, by the way, got handed off to a friend of my dad's who had a son about my age, and I got out of it until 12, 15 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. My husband decided he wanted to get back into model railroading, and it grew like Topsy, and we had to finally put a new building out back to house what we currently have. As far as building and so on and so forth, I have the Structures and Scenery Award from NMRA, and I just was awarded association official, and I've got the volunteer award. The other 3 remaining for me to try and get MMR kind of require I need space to actually build my own layout. And right now I don't have that. So we'll see what happens. It's a dream of mine to go that route, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. I guess I should say a little bit about myself too. I'm Christina Zambri. I joined the NMRA as the marketing consultant in January of 2016. I do not come from a background in the hobby. I come from marketing and sales, and I guess they wanted kind of an outsider's view of things and to try to help out with the hobby with recruitment and retention and growing it and getting people like more women involved, more families involved. At this point now, I live in the Garden State Division and right on the border of the New Jersey Division. And my first experience with the NMRA, I went to a joint meet, and here I am, a female, a little bit on the younger side. And I was so pleasantly surprised. I was welcomed with open arms. I've never had an issue. I was, I had a blast. I met wonderful people. So I'm still obviously the marketing consultant, but I have gained an interest in the hobby as well. My dad had a McMullin train set when I was young, and it went from our living room to our garage. And then unfortunately, poor dad had to put it away. So since I've been with the NMRA, I've met such a wide array of people from all over, and they're all wonderful. And part of my hope is that we can, break down some of these barriers where they do exist and help grow and add more women and let women know that, this isn't just a male hobby, and women bring a lot to the table. We're organized, we're creative, we keep the men in line. So there's a lot of things, and we're smart. So now I have an interest in history, and so I'm leaning towards the Civil War era. I think I may start out small and practice. I've been operating, I try to operate every month at a fellow member's house 5 minutes from mine. And I also discovered another model railroader down the street from me during COVID. So he's going to be joining me for operating sessions next Monday. And for once, I will not be the newest person trying to run trains. I've also done some modeling with the master's clinics. You'll
Mm.
see me out and about region conventions. I'm hoping to do a lot more virtual meets with divisions. The one good thing is that I'm hearing from more and more divisions how they can help grow their division, how they can help market it. I think COVID, kind of as bad as it was, forced a lot of the divisions to turn to technology. And with the advent of the NMRAX, we're reaching a lot more people than we ever have. I'm watching the demographics through our social media. We're reaching younger people. We're reaching more women. So it is my plan to eventually do the AP. I think I may have already qualified for some stuff through the clinics I've given and time I've spent working at shows and things like that. But I have some structures that I have some that I still yet to build. At the Amherst show this past January in Springfield, I was sold by women from the best company. It was a booth full of women and little girls, and they were quite the salespeople. So I picked out for my daughter a little simple structure for her to build and some pink stain. So we're gonna try there, but basically my experience, I know what the reputation is. I know some of the obstacles people have overcome. I also know that depending on what area you live in, who's in your local division, who's in the local clubs, women can get treated differently and may not always be made to feel welcome. So I am thrilled that we have such wonderful women in the NMRA. And I think what we like to start out discussing is, I'd like to ask the panel, what are some ways that you guys think we can break that stereotype that the hobby is for men? Anyone?
Honestly, I think it. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say I think we're doing it now. Like all of us being involved in the hobby in our own ways, being the face to younger generations is the biggest thing. Growing up, I was one of two in our youth model routing club that were girls, and I'm the only one, to my knowledge, that is still involved in the hobby. I don't know if that's just because she has interest or what, but being the face is the biggest thing that we can do. Get other women involved, show that it's not just the old boys club, that we can be involved.
Well, I will say one thing that's happened, though, to our benefit for us women going into the hobby is that the current generation of the movers and shakers of the NMRA, which is currently mainly men, have already been in the workforce working with women. And that has made a huge difference in welcoming people like Lindsay and Sue and Michelle and Brenna. I was told at the very beginning, we don't want any of your blankety blank women. They actually swore at me. You can't imagine, but that did happen back in the 80s. Yeah, and it was so severely Sue probably even knows some of the names. I would never say the names, but it was so severe that it was really very hard. And at one point I had to walk out at a board meeting, and there were times when it was really bad. And it was that older generation. Now I'm talking about the people who passed away now. Yeah. I'm not talking about the current batch of 16, 17-year-olds, because that's not happening. They've been working with women all along, and the workplace I'm talking about. And so at times it was very exclusive. I had to prove myself. There's no doubt about it. In the 80s and 90s, I had to prove that who I was, that I certainly could pick up a paintbrush and teach clinics and do background clinics and things like that. And now I'm at the point where I have a luxury. I'm in large scale. It's a total luxury, which is almost, I'd say, a third women. And it's just easier to navigate in the large scale, even though I'm in operations end of things. That's what we're concentrating now in our railroad. But back then, it's pretty tough. And it was an ownership issue, totally an ownership issue, that you better not come down my basement, wifey. And exactly what that statement says.
Yeah.
wifey, you better stay upstairs with the dishes, and you can welcome the guys and you can put the cookies out. And that's all I want you to do. If you can imagine that, but that's how it was like. And so I think there's been a huge turnaround as far as welcoming women. We see more volunteers, we see more, not so much operations yet, but I'm working on that at my end of things. As Brenda knows. You know, so I've found women all across the country, you know, and I think it's fantastic that Sue, you want to go after your UMMR. That is absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't be interested in it, but that's what my interest is in. But I think to see women that aren't coming through just joining because their husband's there or their brother or their family, whatever, they're going and entering it on their own, which is fantastic. So I think there's been dramatic changes, Christina, in how women are getting into the hobby. Now, how do we make it more welcoming? That's another story. You know, how do we recruit them? You know?
Yes, and we will talk about that. But I think it's your story is great because it's showing an evolution of women in the hobby.
Yeah.
Where, you know, the decades that you were first into it versus now, it is very nice to hear that a lot of the issues that were originally present are no longer present or are less present.
Well, I hope they're not. They could be in some divisions. I do not know that, but certainly in the roadie and the Northeast, we don't have any issue of that at all. Matter of fact, at all. And I imagine in California, there's no issue at all.
Yeah.
So it could be, you know, according to where you are, what division you're in.
I think
When I first took over as superintendent, I will admit my knowledge of the railroading side of this, like how to tell this locomotive from that locomotive. I'm on the steep part of the learning curve on that one. But as a retired teacher, I can certainly organize and I can run meetings and I can get people to do things and that kind of thing. So when I first took over as superintendent, I could hear a little rumble about what does she know about model railroading? Well, it doesn't take knowledge to run a meeting. It doesn't take knowledge to come up with ideas. And you do the knowledge beat that on your side. And after a couple of years, I think I proved to the person who was rumbling that I could be organized and keep a meeting going and not put anybody down in the process. And I think now that I've run several clinics for Little Roadie and done a few for the NER, that attitude has shifted. Well, maybe she does know something. Maybe I can't tell this locomotive from that locomotive, but I could also do other things and work my way into a position where I can tell one locomotive from another. And hey, you know, they want me there, and I'm grateful for it because it gives me the opportunity to stretch my wings and to learn some more stuff. And like I used to tell my students all the time, become a lifelong learner. So I'm living that one.
Excellent.
Yeah. When I came to the museum 11 years ago, here I come into 100 amazing modeling men who operate on this gigantic layout, right? There was a couple of women, but not many. And I remember, like, before the first weekend, the man who hired me, who built our museum, he said, okay, we need a plan of action here. What are we going to do? And I said, well, I usually just be me. And eventually people figure out that my intentions are for what they should be for the museum. And that's really what happened. I know at the beginning, they're all like, what does this girl have any clue about trains? And I told them straight up, I don't have any clue about trains. I don't know what I am doing on this side. So I am trusting you to teach me. And I went in with an attitude of teach me what you know. You guys are awesome. I love what you do. I appreciate what you do, but I have to pay the bills and I fund what you do. So you better teach me. And honestly, it's been wonderful. It has been a wonderful journey. There's only a couple of times that people said things like, you will destroy the hobby. Or one of them was, don't let the guys know you don't know anything. They'll walk all over you. And so it's been a journey just like you all. But I think to answer the original question of how to get more women to be normal, I think we just make it normal. It is normal. It's normal for me to be there. And I think we just act like it's normal and be seen, like what Brenna said. Let's be visible.
Very good.
Yeah, I have the chance I get to travel a great deal for my job.
Oops.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
That's usually
Past
me.
month, and, hey, your club, great, okay. And the
this was
email
my
that
worst
comes
fear.
out to them, I
There you
know,
go.
the email that goes out, it actually has my husband's name just because, and so then I show up and they say, wait, you? Yeah, I say, yeah, me, it's me. And then it takes me a while where I have to, so I built this, like I did this. And once you get past that, then they really open up and they're really excited to show me what they do and how they do it. And because I say, like, I've learned a lot, I've been able to build a lot of things, and I fortunately can show them, but it's not till I get through that process do I actually get any sort of recognition or respect, and then like an open arm welcome, and then hugs at the end, even in COVID. And I think that's been the most amazing part, is because at first you walk in and you feel like you're going to get a pat on the head. Oh, that's nice. They're cute. You play with trains. And then at the end, it's like, no, like, I see what you did there, but I think that you should have done X, Y, Z, or I love what you did there. Like, how can we do this? And I think the more visible we are, whether it be on something like this, the more just showing up to places or asking them to show up and say, the only way I can learn is by coming and seeing what you do and talking to you, then I think that already brings a certain visibility. And I think that's where we're going to do well is whether it be showing up for events, showing up for clinics, showing up at meets, and then even if we have to bring in a billboard and say, this is what we did, like, this was nobody else, and we have legitimacy. If that's what it's going to take, I think we should be proud of what we do, and show people that, women have been doing this for a very long time. And the number of women in the background that I found going to some of these clubs, and I'm talking Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, etc. And they're like, oh yeah, my wife does the trees, or my wife does this. And then I find out that their wife did a heck of a lot more. And I said, so why isn't she here? Why is she not, well, we run
Coming to the meetings. Yeah.
because we run the team. Well, I said, it would be really, I think that you get a lot if these women, that they were considered, like you said, Deb, the wives at home, that they were really there on their own, as they are the model railroaders, whether they know the trains, like, I don't know the trains, but at least they know what, they know, because I feel like even on a club, there's those that know the trains, there's those that build, there's those that do other things. And so let's recognize that and know that that's the same among the female population, just as the men.
Little Rhodey Division has an N-scale T-track modular layout that is now running to something in the mid-20s in terms of number of modules.
Oh, wow.
And as part of our community outreach, we tend to take our Saturday morning meetings on the road to various libraries around the state. And we set up the T-track. We also set up a small Polar Express layout that one of the gentlemen has. And we have a G-scale modular Harry Potter layout. The man who brings that always brings his granddaughter with him because she designed the layout.
Oh, wow.
So every time we're there, I have two of the modules on the N scale myself, and I've got a third one in the works if I ever find space downstairs to build it. But I did two of these myself. Most of the modules have little tags on them I provided that says module made by, so you know it's done by Joe or John or Sue. And so I can brag about that and show people this is what you can do. Now, I admit the T-track is not hard to pull off because everything is pretty much prescribed for you, but it's a start. And whenever we do this, I always point out the Harry Potter layout, saying that his granddaughter designed it and she runs it. And that's always a big draw. Now, she's about maybe 11 or so at this point. So anybody with small girls, go there, go see it, go see it, go see it. And I always remind the women, I did this. You can do it too.
That's right.
I think to both Lindsay and Sue's point is that the beautiful thing about this hobby is that it's model railroading. There are so many different aspects to model
Oh, yeah.
railroading. It's not just about the trains, as much as I
Yes.
love the trains.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's the structures, there's the electrical engineering that goes into making the tracks have power.
Yep.
There's the structural engineering you need to know to how to build a module or your layout. There's the scenery, there's the painting that you do. So there's almost a niche in the hobby for everyone. If you can't find something to do in this hobby, I don't know what to tell you.
You're not looking hard enough.
So there, I mean, a friend of ours, his layout, he gets so proud of him that his living mate, Gloria, painted the trees. And you know, she's done these sections, and she's really, really good at making 3D trees. And he gets so excited to tell us when there's a new section done by Gloria. So I mean, if you can, there's so many different aspects to this hobby, and sometimes it's not about the trains. Sometimes it's about the scenery or the
I think
building.
though, we all, as we're already in it, but I think we have to be extremely welcoming when a woman comes along that you haven't seen ever on your layout or at the club, or, you know, and just somehow encourage them to put their hands into the mud, so to speak. I'm a potter, so we call it mud. And and they have to get, once they start touching things and doing things, like Lindsay, when you start building your buildings and things like that, you kind of get the bug. And but I think we as women have to really go out of our way. You know, they won't be the only one at the meeting. There will be a few others, you know, actually come up to them and say, look at what I've done, and Lindsay, show your stuff. I don't know if you see other women, but I certainly do, even on my own layout. I'll have 1 or 2 women every session. Then there's many times I'm the only one out of 25 people. But I hold up my flag very, and they understand that I built half this railroad. You know, it's like, you have to almost remind them that it's always, I'm always encouraged when they say, well, Deb also built, other people know that. Well, not everybody understands that women contribute, like Gloria's trees. Well, you know, Gloria should be coming to, I wish she could encourage Gloria to come. Bruce could get Gloria to come to meetings, you know, and be part of the organization. The NMRA has been good to me, and I kind of feel like I'm paying back when I'm participating in the NMRA. I'm paying back to the hobby. You know, I'm trying to build it up. I think that there's a lot of non-NMRA people out there, women and men, who we don't even know that they're even around because they're not joiners. And I don't know where you go with that, though. But as far as specific, get away from the statement, you know, non-rail events for the ladies. You know, there's things like that you can do as a superintendent, and speak up when you see the sexist, which I do. I speak up and say, no way, you know, why isn't my name on that plaque? Oh, we did that. One time he got an award, and it was Stan Ames layout that was open, and it was a national layout. Well, damn it, I worked just as hard as he did getting it ready for the national NMRA tour when we had the national come nearby. So it's like, we do have to speak up, though. That I will say that you have to speak up. That Lindsay, you know, you built those buildings, or Brenna, you're a conductor up in Conway. People need to know what we're in the hobby. I don't think we should be quiet about it.
Absolutely. And I think one of the questions someone had submitted was, you know, are there any unique activities or events that would attract more women? And I think if we continue to do things like this, we continue to put on clinics, whether it be at the division level, the region level, the national level, put ourselves out there. Probably the story that stands out the most in my mind was I was attending the national convention in Orlando in 2017. And as if anybody's attended a national convention, you know that the next year's conventions usually have a booth set up, and they're pre-registering, and you know, they're trying to already get people involved. And there was a couple that were registering, and I was on the floor below, so I wasn't even near them. And the person who was doing the registering automatically assumed that the woman was there for the non-rail activities.
Yes.
And the yelling that I heard from
Whoa.
up the stairs from that woman who happened to be an MMR, by the way.
Oh my.
And that's the kind of thing where if we see this stuff happening anywhere we go, we need to say something. I mentioned the booth that Best has at Springfield. It is all about women. I think I'm actually sitting behind the poster, but they give out posters that say we can do it too, and it's a woman modeler. And I see that everywhere. I believe our president Gordy, I sent him one. I think it's part of his office now. And while we're at these events, make sure you get yourselves out there. Take credit for things. Don't let someone else take credit for you. And as everyone pointed out, especially Brenna, there is a niche for everybody. Like like Sue, I can't pick out what this locomotive is versus this locomotive. I can tell you which one I think looks good, but my interest doesn't necessarily lie in that. It lies in other aspects and areas. I have a 6-year-old daughter who there was a picture of her in the NMRA magazine a number of years ago when she was little. She's sitting in her little chair and she's surrounded by her toys and stuffed animals. And she's sitting there reading the NMRA magazine and looking at the pictures. And I snapped a picture of her and I posted it in the NMRA Facebook group. It got picked up by a division and then got picked up by Jim Zinzer and ended up in the magazine. Now she's got a little N scale layout that's portable that Gordy put together for her. It's called the Munchin Express. Like I said, she's interested in it. She's at an age now where I can start bringing her to local shows, and we're lucky where I live. There are a lot of shows that come through. And as I said, I've grown my interest from operating, which was very intimidating, but I find that if you say, I need help with this, or I don't know, it's not a negative, and people more than likely are extremely happy to help.
Yep.
I think
I
they
found
like
the same
teaching
thing,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, I think they like sharing their knowledge, and I like learning it. So
Yes, me too. And
Yep.
I'm open to learn. I want to become a model railroader. I've fallen in love with the hobby in the time that I've spent with the NMRA. And like I said, there's so many great people. There's so many eras you can look at. I mean, you can make up your own. Do what you enjoy. Do what, you don't have to listen to the people.
Well, Brenna, let me ask Brenna a question. When you're on your train, you're seeing all the public. Do you get questions about how you get into it, or I mean, are there little girls interested?
Oh yeah, definitely. My favorite thing to do is I'm very lucky that I have yet to have, in the 2.5 years I've been working for the railroad, I have not had a negative experience with a passenger. I am not looking forward to the day that happens, but I have always had positive outcomes. And my favorite thing is when I see a little girl so excited to ride the train, plastered up against the windows, looking out, trying to see the engine, listening, getting so excited, because that was me at her age. That was me. And I like to remind them that one day they could be standing where I am, and they can become a conductor. They can do things that boys are supposedly meant to do. And the biggest grins that they get are why I do what I do, because that just makes everything worth it. And I wish that I had more of that when I was growing up. I'm very, very lucky that I had very supportive parents, but I can't imagine not having that support network. But yeah, it's fantastic to see them get so excited to ride the train. Partially because I'm also very excited to ride the train, even though I do it every day.
I'm always excited to ride the train.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's half the fun. It's the riding. Well, Brenna, I have a funny story about Brenna. Brenna started coming to our railroad when she was about, I think, 4. And one day Stan looked at this train, because we were operating at that point, basic operations with some car cards and things like that. And we asked her why she did that, and her response was, that's great. Well, it's pretty. She had picked out, she'd gone into a yard and picked out all the colorful things to put together, and she had this gorgeous tree. And instead of the men all getting all upset about it, they all said, "Oh, isn't that great?" And that's, you have to support little girls that are,
Oh, yeah.
That's how
or
it should be.
engineers.
Little
Yeah.
girl, adult, everyone in between.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You
And
know,
I,
you
I
don't-
think also, I mean, there's still that little girl in me that gets very excited. I was working with the steam engine up in North Conway, and it was coming up the hill, and it's I mean, blowing all of the smoke out of the engine, and it's wailing on the whistle, and I'm sitting there at the end of the platform, and I'm supposed to be in charge of where this thing is going, and I am trying to stamp down that little girl inside of me that is just so giddy to see the steam engine coming into the station. And it got about halfway up the hill, and I was like, "Oh crap! Right, I'm supposed to be doing something."
That's work.
Yeah, I mean, I think also we forget that, we're still little kids. And stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You always have to be.
Mhm.
You always have to be. And I my exciting moment thus far is this winter we took a Santa ride at the New Hope Ivyland train, which is in New Hope, Pennsylvania. So you luck out sometimes. Sometimes you get the steam, sometimes you get the diesel. So this particular ride was the diesel, and it takes you up so many miles through the woods and beautiful old historic houses, and it's gorgeous. And then it basically goes back. So when we were stopped, I said, "You know what? You're going to see the locomotive pass us on the siding, and it's going to reconnect in the front." And I was taking a shot at this. I was hoping I would be right. And about 5 minutes later, there goes a locomotive next to the train, because I knew from operating and from things that I've seen and done that that's how it worked. So I was so proud of myself for that little bit of knowledge that I gained. But I was super excited that I knew that. And I think one thing that we do want to get to is I would love anybody's ideas on what the NMRA specifically can do to help bring more women into the hobby. We talked
Well,
about.
I have a great one right now. I have a great one. They should feature a woman's layout in the NMRA bulletin. Simple as that. All it takes is someone say, "We're going to go see this person's layout." It doesn't have to be pristine, but just show an active woman in the hobby that's a standalone woman without the husband holding her hand. That's what I'm talking about. And I think it should be done. So
We'll use this as a shout out because we print and publish what we receive.
Yeah.
So
I know.
if you're listening, if you're on this forum, Lindsay,
Yeah, no, it's hard. It's hard because when I started, the one thing that I had really lucky was that the only hobby town, it's not a hobby town, the only model train store within God knows how many miles was owned by a woman who was at the age of beyond retiring, and she would meet me back door in COVID and say, like, "Here's the stuff you need, and this is what you have to do." And every day she kept saying to me, like when I'd show her photos of how far I was going, and she was egging me on and being like, "You have to do this. Like, you got to keep doing it." And every time I'd say, "I don't know how," she would tell me. And then she kept saying, "Well, you need to submit this to the NMRA. You need to do this." And I just felt really self-conscious. But the one thing that did happen is that I was actually chosen because of social media to be the ambassador for Walter's National Model Railroad build-off last year. And so I did a layout, a specific size layout for that build. And it was like in the newspaper, on the TV, and now it's at the museum because it was a replica of that area. But again, it was still, I think that in my mind, I didn't dare ever approach an organization like the NMRA, because I never felt like I was too new. I'm a woman. I never, there was so much, I think, in the back of our minds as always is that, imposter syndrome. And I think had I not run into you and you saying, "Come on, like show what you do, I wouldn't have. And I think that's the biggest problem, I think, with other women, especially, some of you have been in a while, you've already fought the fight with the men. But I think some of the younger women who are doing it, and I see also, even with the National Model Railroad build off that Walter was doing, there's other women involved, but they're all kind of off to the side. And again, the more that we can show, like Deb says, being featured in a magazine, having somebody take pictures and say that was a woman that did it, and then giving us the confidence to step forward is what's going to make a big difference.
I think for so long, women have been given the impression that if you kind of toot your own horn, you're being too forward and too aggressive, and men have been very uncomfortable with that. But we need to get over the idea that we don't have anything of value to show and to share, and we need to begin tooting our own horn. I know
Great
as a
point.
teacher, for example, teachers never toot their own horns about what they do in the classroom. It's their job. But when you begin tooting your own horn, you suddenly realize, gee, what I'm doing is really good. We can do the same thing in model railroading.
Yeah.
Yes. And I would love to see all of you. I really want to resurrect. We were running a series, Women in Model Railroading. I got a lot of yeses, and then it was, I don't have time. And I know everyone's busy, but I would love to start that back up again. I would love, Lindsay, for you to submit to the magazine what you've been doing. Or if you guys have things you want me to share on social media, email them to me. If you have a YouTube channel, share it with me. I'll get it out there. We'll put it in. We have our turntable that comes out every month via email. And we link to, it's all mostly YouTube links. So share that. Tell other women that you meet, invite them to a meeting, and then come along with them so they maybe don't feel so intimidated, and introduce them around. And if we all keep doing, I think, events like this, and we keep bringing these wonderful women together, and I know this was done during the Rails by the Bay convention, and that was a success. And unfortunately, I was sick and couldn't join it. But I think that was the first time that I had ever seen something female specific in the hobby. And I mean, I know people might say, oh, well, we want to be treated equally. We don't want well, in this case, I think we need female specific stuff. I think we need to band together. I think we need to work on our recruiting. And part of that recruiting too is families, getting parents involved. It doesn't necessarily have to be the dad. Like in my family, it would be me and my daughter.
Right.
My husband would rather play his guitar or whatever, and that's fine. But I want Isabel and the skills that she can learn. Such an array of skills that she could learn from model railroading. And she could really, I mean, I'm not an engineer. When it comes to wiring, I'm going to need help.
Oh yeah.
I'm more of a scenery person. And I enjoy that, and I enjoy designing, and I love history, so I can incorporate that. And people also need to understand too that they shouldn't get intimidated by these huge, elaborate layouts that they see everywhere. That you can start somewhere. Michelle is involved and has brought me into the fold for a pizza box events that go on in the Northern Utah division, and they have sold out for every event, and it's geared towards families. And
they are more than 50% girls.
Yes.
50% girls.
That's wonderful.
And they've gotten families to join, because we do have a family membership. One, I think, single father ended up becoming part of the leadership of the Northern Utah division. And this is a program, and I'll be working with Michelle, that we want to spread throughout the entire NMRA. We're getting kids involved. We're getting their families involved. And even if they don't join today, we're planting that seed in their young minds, and they can be like Brenna, like a little kid, and they can go on and continue. And they don't need to have a ton of money or a huge space. It's fine to build a tabletop or a pizza box size, and you learn, and then maybe you go a little bigger and a little bigger. But I think too that a lot of people in general they see pictures of our members' layouts, which are fabulous, but they think they have to do something that
Really big, yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
you
they
know-
also been done for 20. That's where I walked into this one. It was amazing in Wisconsin. And I looked at them and I said, "This is incredible." And then they said, "Well, it's been 20 years and there's 265 of us." And I went, "Okay, I feel better now because I'm thinking this like 10 by 6 foot layout, and I feel like, oh, I'm too small." And then it kind of helps me put things back into
Yeah.
perspective, that those club layouts that are featured more, and there's the boys club, that they've been, a lot of them, working on with all their skill sets and their pooled money and resources, where moms, as we were coming into this, we're all like, what are we doing for dinner, because we have pulls in different directions. And so I think that's, that definitely is a really good point to say you can start with a pizza box, or you can start with a tabletop and not feel
Well, that is one area where modules can attract single people, because it's so much less threatening than a whole layout. I mean, just to think that you're responsible for 4 feet, it's a much better move. And you can go to any extreme you want on your layout. And that's a really good method for families to get in on. You don't look at the horrible expense. You're not talking about you have to have a lot of equipment. It's the investment is much more reasonable. And we have in our hub division quite a lot of young members, families in our hub module group. And and now mothers are supervising, which is interesting enough. It's like they can't come without an adult, and oftentimes it's the mom. Now, why is she being encouraged to pick up? Could even be simple as a rail cleaner. I don't know how inviting it is toward them. Maybe they have no interest. I do not know, but I do not know if there's an inclusiveness at all about the mothers that come.
I think also, I mean, it is possible to have the entirety of your involvement in the hobby be reduced to modules. I'm 23 and the only thing I've ever built is modules.
Right.
And the beautiful thing is that that's what has bound my family together. Is I got my family involved in the hobby, and then from there it became an event that we did together. Mind you, by the time that my brother was a teenager, he could care less about drains, which was always a spark of laughter in our family. But my father was the one that taught me how to use a table saw and build a module. My mother was the one who taught me how to do scenery and build structures. My father taught me how to do the electrical work. So it's also something that the family can do together, and that's the most fantastic thing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's super.
That's a great point. One final question to all of you, and all your stories and sharing have all been wonderful, and I appreciate all of you taking the time to come on, and I will obviously expect articles from all of you, and every female watching. What was the one big thing? Was there an event, something that happened that drew you into the hobby?
I walked into a miniature world that I was inside and fell in love with being inside this miniature world. And then I ended up working there. I was a volunteer back then.
Oh, that was your miniature world, was the Colorado
I started
Model Railroad
volunteering
Museum.
where I work because I loved the miniature world. And now I have to say my journey is different. Can I just say that? I love the real prototype. I know the locomotives. I'm like the opposite. And now I actually want to model them. I finally want to model them because now I know them.
Awesome. I can say
Well, for
mine
me,
was
it was
getting my
the
job.
decision 40 years ago that I would be a train widow if I didn't participate. Simple as that. I'd be a model railroad widow. And I refused to be the lady who sits in the kitchen doing the cookies. And so I found the niche of, I went into scenery. That's how I started, with scenery and building. And to me, and it was very easy. Then I participated with my husband for many years. And then I started doing some things by myself. And now we have this again, I'm back with him building again. But it was the decision a long time ago that I'd have a lot of alone time, you know, if I didn't do it.
I had similar once. My husband Brian wanted to start a model railroad layout. We began talking about our childhoods. He'd had a layout when he was a little boy as well. And I thought this would be something fun to do. Little did I realize how much it changed in all those years. And I too got started mostly with structures and scenery and moved on to the craftsman kits, which are much more fun to put together than the plastic one, by the way. But it gave an outlet for my creative juices to build something, or if I didn't like the way it was done, to rearrange it, do something different. And getting into the T-track, those were strictly mine. They're not his at all. Those are mine. I put them together, did everything myself, and scratch built the buildings for it. And so it's a creative outlet. And here I am, wanting to do more.
Lindsay?
Yeah, I think that we'd actually gone to because we're not far, we went to the Amherst show, and my son was very little and he was so obsessed with trains. And I knew that my husband, you know, who grew up in France, had trains, and I knew that we brought them from France when we moved to the US. And I'm looking at all this saying, well, we could totally do this, but we didn't know how to start. And then all of a sudden, you know, the time came, and then I had all these photos from Amherst of all these different scenes and all the different ways that you could do it. And I think that really opened my eyes, because I saw women there. I saw women running those trains. I saw, you know, women at different booths. And I said, well, why can't I do this? And so that's, you know, I think that's the biggest part, is when you see it, you want to do it. And then I said, well, if there's things I don't know, then I'll find somebody who can help me.
Yep.
And then, in all honesty, I joke and I say it's the one thing that saved my marriage during COVID, because I had all that time in the basement, my kids in my buildings. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go work on the train. And he knew to leave me alone and let me build and work and do whatever. And then when he'd come back and he would see everything that was done, it made him happy because he could run the trains and all that. And so there was that good give and take. And so for a family and as a couple, it definitely had a great advantage. But I think, again, seeing it at Amherst was really what sparked that, and not wanting to be a trained widow encouraged it. And then now meeting all of you is just what makes it flourish. So I'm excited for the future.
Brenna, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I've grown up in the hobby, so I can't really point to one specific thing that has always kept me going, other than my love of trains. And the hobby has shaped my entire life, and I'm not kidding. Looking at classes in high school, my mom looked at architecture and was like, well, why don't you take architecture classes? You like building things. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds like fun. And here I am almost 10 years later, about to graduate with my master's in architecture. I spend my weekends in the summer and fall up at a railroad playing with big trains. Never mind that my weekends off, I'm playing with the little stuff. So it's very much ingrained in my life, and I can't imagine my life without the hobby. And it is
awesome.
My lifelong goal to make it possible for others, especially little girls.
Awesome. So we've got to keep doing what we're doing, keep spreading the word, keep inviting people to meets, keep doing events like this, publicize what you do. Like I said, even if it's sending me stuff, then I can get it out there. But I'm so thrilled that you guys were able to do this with me. Like I said, I'm still learning a lot. I'm a newbie. My starting point, aside from when I was a child and ran my dad's Markland trains in a circle, when I started with the NMRA in 2016, and I've enjoyed every second of it. It's community, it's friendships, it's sharing, and I can proudly say that I have friends all over the world that I never would have had. And I know that if I have a question, an answer is a phone call away, a text away, an email away. And we all come from different backgrounds. and different interests, and it doesn't matter because we all love the hobby, and that should be what the main point of it is that we're doing what we enjoy, male, female, old, young, and so let's keep spreading the word out there. And I think on that note, I believe our time is up. I think.
Well, thank you.
So thank you all.
having
Thank you
Oh,
guys.
you're
Those of
welcome.
you watching.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wave.
The wave, the
See
royal
everybody.
wave.
There's a
We'll
bug
see
in
you
our
out there.
ear.
Welcome to part one of the 2022 edition of
thank
the
you,
NERx
everybody.
Model
And if you have
Showcase.
any remaining
Each night,
questions,
we will look at
please
some of the
post
models
them.
submitted for the
We will
showcase,
get
and
to
over the
them,
course
and
of
we'll
all
make
4
sure
nights, you will have
that
the
they'll get
opportunity to
answered.
see them all. Let's
So,
enjoy
thank
part
you for
one.
watching.
With tonight's roundtable
Bye.
discussion on women in
Bye.
model railroading, it seemed appropriate to see what a few women shared for tonight's edition of the Model Showcase. First up is this HO scale scratch-built boxcar being built by Gene Spalte, a Lakeshores Division
We're
member.
safe.
Jean has never built a railroad model before, and a roundtable
All right.
Build It clinic kindled
Thank you,
her
guys.
interest. You can see the progress she has made on the model to date after 4 sessions.
Thank you,
Jean's husband Gordon is also building a model of the boxcar. Speaking of Gordon, here is a pair of photos of an HO scale station, the Quebec Junction Depot that he scratch built. The model uses Tichy windows and people doors, however the baggage doors are scratch built. The station platform is board by board balsa wood stained with an alcohol ink solution. The roof is illustration board covered with painted newsprint paper and sponge to finish it. And interior lighting was added to show off interior detail. Welcome to part one of the 2022 edition of the NERx Model Showcase. Each night, we will look at some of the models submitted for the showcase, and over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see them all. Let's enjoy part one.
Okay, we are back and excited to present to you our first layout tour of this evening. I'm Dave Inslee, your host for day 1 of NERx, the Virtual Model Railroad Convention, brought to you by the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. A big thanks to the NERx team and the NMRAX team, technical folks that are making all of this possible. Just a couple reminders that you can register for the mini prints giveaway by following the link that was put into the chat, or you can also find it on the nerx.org website. While our layout owners are not going to be live answering questions, our clinicians are. Please use the chat feature to ask questions of our clinicians and roundtable participants. You will meet our first layout owner again tomorrow as he is participating in the roundtable discussion on N-scale operations. I've had the privilege of operating on this 3-deck layout. It looks and runs great and showcases what you can do in N-scale. We are pleased to show you the Central Maine and Aroostook Railroad, located in Newington, New Hampshire. Please welcome John Newick to NERx. Please play the video.
But to sort of start things off, I wanted to ask John some general questions about, how you got into railroading and a little bit about the layout and sort of general stuff first. Then we'll get into a really nice tour of his gorgeous layout. So, John, how'd you get started in model railroading?
Well, like most people, Lionel as a kid.
Oh, okay.
And that didn't last all that long. The next step would have been when my youngest son was 10-ish. He had an interest in it, so we kind of started doing a little something there. And that kind of grew for a few years, and Then I found the hobby shop down in Hampton. They had a club down there,
Oh, I
and
remember
then
that.
at Neil's.
Neil's engaged.
Yeah, and so when my son got to be 16ish, he kind of bailed out of the hobby, and I was in and hooked. So it's been a slippery slope ever since.
So when did you start this layout?
2005, we started it. When we remodeled the house doesn't have much of a basement, so we put on this room on the second floor. It's 15 by 25, dedicated circuits for lighting the computer. Ran water up here for a sink so I could do scenery.
Nice.
Have an air booth, a spray booth with a fan vented so I can do all my painting here. So it was really built for the railroad.
Good. Now, why N scale? Did you look at other scales, or?
I started in HO, and then when I found the N scale club, and I saw like how much you could do in the space, the HO stuff went up for sale almost immediately.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
So you've got a layout that's kind of Maine focused. Where did that come from? Just your interest in Maine, or?
I don't really know. I saw Maine Central equipment. I love the paint schemes. I had been up snowmobiling in Maine in the 80s, late 80s when Guilford had taken over, but saw some Maine Central equipment. Snowmobiled up in Aroostook County when the bar was still the bar. Saw that, said, wow, that's really some cool stuff. And just got dialed into that. Also like the B&M, but the Maine Central and the bar really clicked. And when I started, I built two smaller layouts, one in a mobile home I had, one at my ex-wife's basement for a little while, and then when we moved here, we went big time, and here we are.
So, in terms of developing the layout, did you think triple deck to begin with, or just
started out with a double deck in mind?
Okay.
And then I needed a staging yard, and I got looking. I said, I got a lot of room down there.
Yeah.
And so we put the third level on, and off we went. And then to get to staging, there was plenty of room to add the town of Brunswick and some other stuff, and really added a lot to the layout.
So you've represented Boston and Maine, Maine Central, Bangor,
not so much Boston, Maine, although
a little bit in down south in Rigby.
Yeah, at Rigby. We interchanged with them at the staging yard at Rigby.
And the era is 70s, 60s?
Well, I have equipment I can run from 50 through 75, but my main focus, I like the 65 to 73 or 4,
Okay.
5 era. That's probably my favorite.
All right, so that's why don't we kind of stop this conversation? We'll take a look at the sort of get people the feel of the room and the layout and the levels and stuff. We'll stop there.
Sure.
So, John, tell us about the levels and what's there.
Okay, starting on the bottom level is all Maine Central, coming from the staging yard around through Brunswick, and then going up and around. The middle level is 80% Maine Central. On this side here, we have a branch line that comes down to the paper mill on Bangor and Aroostook. And if you keep coming,
We got a big wide turn here,
and
our helix is tucked in
helix is in the corner here.
right in here. Can't even see it.
Can't even see it. Hit it well.
And then we've got those loops continue down this side.
Yes.
So we're starting down the lower level. John, this is your major staging yard called
Yes.
Rigby, right?
Rigby Yard, yes.
And what comes out of here?
All the Maine Central trains through freights come out of here, and they'll make a journey to Northern Maine Junction, and then they will end up back here.
Now you got a lot of trains in there. Are those ready to go?
Everyone's ready to go. That's all the Rigby Bangor trains there.
Okay. And then they run up. The next big yard is in Waterville.
Waterville,
All right,
correct.
let's take a look at Waterville. So here we are in Waterville.
Yeah, this is Waterville. I had to compress it quite a bit because if I had to model the whole thing, I'd need half the room. So anyway, here it is, the 5 tracks in the foreground. One's the main line, and we have 4 arrival departure tracks. And in the back is all the classification tracks. Can be switched from either end. It's a double-ended yard.
And you got yard facilities down here?
Yeah, the beginning of it. Here again, very compressed. That'll be the roundhouse. A very, very small shop, a boiler house. We'll actually have a storage house, sand house, oil rack here at some point. And that'll be about it. You got a caboose track and a fuel sand facility there.
So then everything rolls out of here and we go up north.
Yep.
So here we are at Northern Maine Junction.
Yes, trains come up the helix. They come out of the helix, they'll come by the tower. They're on this yellow track on the panel, and they'll end up in the interchange yard here, which is the end of the run for the Maine Central trains. They'll drop the whole cut of cars, run around it, pick up a load, cut of cars to go back to Rigby.
So it's a good sized yard.
Yes.
And you've got a little bit of an engine facility over here.
Yeah, we got the roundhouse isn't built yet, but you can see where it's going to go. We got the water tower, the great building to the right of the roundhouse is a reefer barn, which they built to service all the mechanical reefers in the mid-60s.
So our next location is in Caribou, way up there in Maine.
Yes, the track up on the higher level is Caribou Yard. Trains enter, come in here, they do their work, they turn and go back. And it's also the end of the railroad going north.
Oh, I love the bridge. So this is where the expansion goes next, right?
Yeah.
So this is this you said was potato houses, that kind of thing, that track that up on that.
Yeah,
side?
against the wall there'll be probably 10 to 12 potato houses where the reefers would be spotted and loaded. To the right, the tan building is the McCain's French fry factory.
Yeah, with a nice reefer sitting there.
Yep. Propane oil dealer in the foreground at some point.
Yeah. So this is where we enter Searsport, the Searsport branch.
Yes. Searsport's the southern terminus of the railroad down at the port. Busy place back in the day. Lots of bunker oil going to Millinocket. Paper and potato exports, tapioca coming in, coal coming in, oil tankers.
Very nice. So our next big location on the layout is Millinocket.
Yeah, this is the Great Northern Mill at Millinocket. Major customer for the bar in the day between Millinocket and the mill and East Millinocket. Created a lot of traffic for the railroad. So you can see the boiler house here. They had a little office where the train crew would stop in and hand over the paperwork. Bunker oil cars. Warehouse where the paper cars were loaded. Paper machine buildings where the paper was made. Small yard here for storage for inbound and outbound cars. Chip digester there. And on the far end here we had tracks for unloading pulp logs, which would go into the grinder house and get chipped and go into the chip storage building and across to the digester. In the latter days, the pulp logs went away and they put in 2 more tracks, and the chips came in pre-chipped from northern Maine. So they got rid of the chipping and debarking end of the business.
So this must be a pretty busy location when you're operating.
Yes, yeah, you can keep a guy busy here pretty much through the night. Usually turn at least 2 trains in and out of here a night, sometimes 3.
So John, we're going to move into your hardware and electronics, which is these days always an important feature for a model railroad. Digitrax is your electronic.
Yes.
Yeah.
All Digitrax hardware.
And do you have a single booster, a couple boosters?
One booster and a command station.
That's it.
That's it.
And scale, love it.
Yep.
And in terms of detection, you have
Yes.
everything's detected, right?
Yes, all the main line is detected here on the whole railroad, from staging, every staging track, all the way up passing sidings. In Waterville Yard, the arrival departure tracks are also block detected.
Right, and the block detection is current type.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all Digitrax.
Yes.
And now what about your switches? Switch machines and switches themselves?
Yeah. Every turnout on the layout has a tortoise on it, and there's about 280 turnouts on the layout.
Wow.
No ground throws. So with code 55, they don't snap. So you gotta put a ground throw, or you gotta put a machine on it. And so we went machines on the whole thing.
And then you've got a bunch of panels here that you've built for almost every location.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah. This is the busiest panel of them all. This is for the Millinocket Mill. The panels all throw a route. So if you're coming in on the main line on this track and you want to go to one of the classification tracks, you hit a button and it'll align you for that track. Very easy. Takes a little while to get used to the panel, but after you do, you spend the night on it and you got it down.
Now, what about your, where you're running a DCC system, what about your decoders? Do you put them in yourself? Do you buy them manufactured?
I have a good friend, John Landry, that does most of my decoder.
All right. Which ones are you using?
I prefer the Digitrax decoders.
Okay. And the challenge of putting a Digitrax decoder in an N-scale engine.
Well, if they're newer N-scale engines, they take a board decoder and they're not too bad. A lot of the older ones, you have to do some frame milling and hardwire them in.
Yeah.
Luckily, probably 2/3 of my stuff takes a board decoder.
This is one area where you can see John's setup for Digitrax. On the left hand side lower part, you can see a control unit that produces 5 amps, and he's got a booster that's sitting below that, also producing 5 amps. So the layout gets split up into different sections, and no part of the layout gets more than 5 amps. To the right, you can see all the power supplies that supply these Digitrax control units, as well as all of John's circuit boards. Here you can see the Digitrax boards for controlling the various functions. He's got switch controllers. They're the small white devices down closer to the floor. They each control 4 switches, so he's obviously got to have a number of them. Up above that, the green circuit boards are his circuit boards that control the signaling system. And then further down, as we move away from those boards, you see a combination of more switch controllers and all the devices that are sensing track for block detection. So he's got quite a number of these boards on here. A lot of wiring. It's pretty complicated, but the system's pretty stable and it works well for him. So I've got John here on the floor. He couldn't take it anymore.
Rough
So
neighborhood.
we were talking about lighting. Now his lighting is obviously it's important, and he's got something that he's just sort of discovered. These are LEDs that he's purchasing.
They're under cabinet lights. You can get them at Home Depot. This particular light has, I call it high beam and low beam. So it's on high now, and that's low. It also has a color selection. Right now it's on 4K. That's 3K, and that's 27K. I prefer the 4K myself
Nice and bright.
on high beam.
Yeah. And then you've got the regular.
Yeah, originally we
Incandescent.
had all fluorescent bulbs underneath. I've been phasing those out here. Got a ways to go. I've got maybe 40% of the layout converted over to these LED fluorescents. And I like them. It's a nice even light. Putting them in after the fact is a little bit of a problem because I got some switch machines that are close to the edge in the way,
Oh, yeah.
and some wiring.
Yeah.
But I've been able to get them in a lot of places with a little bit of work.
Certainly, your lighting's important.
It certainly is. We spend thousands of dollars on stuff, and then
You can't see it.
You can't see it, you know.
So now we're going to talk about the bench work and your scenery. Your scenery's fabulous. Your bench work is rock solid. So, John, how do you attach your levels to the walls and stuff? How do you do that?
The upper level is all cantilevered. Down here is a good place to see that. So it's built as a plywood box. You can see the angle cut there. It's 3/4 inch plywood I use for the framing members, and it's just screwed to the wall. It's very stable.
Yeah.
There's no uprights or rods to hold anything. Just cantilevered.
Now I'm going to back up here because you need to appreciate this. So this run, when constructed, was wide open, and this whole left-hand section, which has a major stuff on it, is totally freestanding. So, John, how did you frame that?
Well, the bottom is built with a box frame, per se, that goes up through and like that. Then the top level, I built these H pieces, which are really kind of hard to show you in this video, but it's one piece of plywood in the shape of an H.
Well, I can kind of see it here.
With the angles cut on it,
Yep.
and it's very rugged.
No, this is really, really stable stuff. And then your surfaces, you said you have plywood, 1/2 inch plywood?
There's 1/2 inch plywood under everything here.
Okay.
And then some of the bigger yards just have 1/4 inch cork on top of the plywood. And then to change elevation, we went to like 1 inch foam, 2 inch foam.
So all of this is
This is on 1/4 inch cork
Yeah.
on top of the plywood, but that's styrofoam in the back.
yeah, to give it some elevation.
Yeah, break it up, get rid of the flat earth thing. Some of the grades I did with the Woodland Scenics incline sets, which work out very nice. They give you a 2% grade. Then
Yep.
I just joint compounded over the ramps and
Now your
angled the edges.
your scenery and your stones are really nice. Your rock surfaces, are those plaster or hydrocal or what?
I buy the 18-pound bag of Durabond at Home Depot. It's the 45-minute set stuff.
Okay.
I mix it up to not too runny, not too thick, and cast them in rubber molds. After I come out of the molds, I'll skim that whole corner with kind of a thick batch of joint compound. I'll press the rocks into it. It's kind of a waiting game. Then I'll use a wet sponge. I'll sponge the edge of the rocks into the joint compound. After it dries, paint the rocks, whatever, and usually put a brown coat of paint on the what would be a earth surface.
Now this is a scenery that we've seen on the lower level. Look at this wonderful bridge here. John, the water came out great.
No, thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Now your trees are
Oh, those are just
a little bit of everything?
the trees are actually the JTT wire trees. They're pretty inexpensive. They work great for N scale. They make them 1.5 to 3.5 inches. They're fairly inexpensive. I use polyfiber, Heike polyfiber glued onto the rocks to simulate brush and scrub. Get that from Woodland Scenics over, and I also put that on the right on the backdrop here. I paint the backdrop with a dark green color with a lighter green to show the intermediate distance. You can use contact cement to glue this onto the wall, or you can use straight matte medium. Either way.
But your backgrounds, I really like the effect. It's really good. Explain how you did that.
I got the idea from the scenery book, Art Fahey, I believe. So basically, it's 3 colors. You paint the light gray on first, so you would paint from here up the light gray in the shape you want. You'd follow it up with a lighter coat of green. That would be the intermediate distance. And underneath the material here is a darker green. I don't know if we can find some right handy. I put the darker green on it, and then after a while I said I don't like without some texture, so I glued the foam everywhere the darker green was.
Oh, okay. So there's darker green behind all of this foam.
Yes, and that way the darker green, if you miss a piece with the foam, you don't have this bright green showing through it.
No, the scenery is really complements the layout.
Oh, thank you. This is a ground cover you can buy from Woodland Scenic. I think they call it Forest Floor.
Oh yeah.
Here it's just, I think they take all their scrap scenery, grind it up and sell it to you. But there's gravel, there's real dirt under it as a base coat. Then you put straight Mod Podge on this, matte medium, and you just dump it on and press it in, let it dry. Soak it with some wet water, and then a wash of 4 to 1. That sets everything that's on the top, otherwise it would fall off. Also static grass applicator, and
Oh yeah.
do some static.
Adds a lot of interest.
Yeah, you get that in so many different colors. I tend to like spring, so this is all modeled kind of bright. Spring is
Yeah.
my favorite time of year, actually. So
Especially for us New Englanders who get tired of the winter.
absolutely. That's the town of Hallowell right there. And still have to pour the river.
So we're going to talk about structures on the layout. This is an interesting area. John, tell us about this. How you do structures on the layout?
Well, a lot of the structures are all kit bashed from sheet styrene, brick walls, whatever you can get a hold of to represent what you want to do. These two buildings are built as is from Blair Line kits, wood laser kits, which I really like. The brick building in the back is a meat packing place there. That's all built from wall sections from DPM kits. The red building is another laser kit, which I only used about a third of it. It was really a much bigger kit, but for the line side, I just used that section. These buildings in the foreground were some grain facilities, which I actually scratch built from some photos. These are George Melvin photos.
Oh, nice.
Credit to George, he's a great man. So it's just sheet styrene. Jimmy up to Highball Graphics made the decals for me. And in the background there's the lower building. And then further down the track is the Worthmore Feeds building, which I just kind of scaled it from looking at the picture and kind of wung it.
See if I can get that. Oh yeah.
And that's half the fun of it, is trying to recreate something.
Let's see if you got it right. There you did.
All right.
Now this is
down on the Lewiston lower. It comes off the Y and runs up the side of the main line. That's the Bates number 4 mill down on the Lewiston lower. Right here on this wall here, there'll be another mill building almost 40 inches long, and in between them there was a manway over the canal, which ran under the bridges here. And so,
how many windows do you have in that thing?
well, windows and doors is 146, I believe, in the whole thing. A lot of time in that building. And in the foreground is a boiler house for supplying steam heat to the complex.
So these are the structures in Newport.
Yes, all of the structures here in the foreground, they're all wood laser kits, different manufacturers. One of them is actually the Bartlett, New Hampshire Freight House, which is a good fit. Gulf Station's a kit. We had an accident. Somebody hit the Gulf sign, took it down. The little shacks are laser kits. The green building's a laser kit.
Nice looking.
Thank you. The grain silos are Ricks. I extended one, made it taller. And the green building is just scratch built from styrene. That's the Shirtlift salt facility. They unloaded salt and then trucked it out of there. And down on the back here is half of a shoe shop here. We'll call it Dexter Shoe.
There you go.
In behind it, we'll build another addition to it at some point. A lot of work in that little white building. 59 windows made of 4 pieces each.
Oh, gee.
A lot of time.
Nice. So now we're going to talk about operations. If I will say, if there's anything that, John, you are known for, it's your operating sessions.
Oh boy.
So you
Good or bad?
So you have what, 1 session a week, 2 a week?
Well,
when we're not in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah. Well, normally we have a round robin group, and we end up here every 3rd Tuesday. We operate at somebody's house every Tuesday.
Okay. How many guys usually?
6 or 7 is the normal group. We've done as many as 11, which was kind of chaotic, but we got through it.
Now it's interesting. John has described his the way he moves the cars around, how he tracks things. I know people use car cards and they use computer programs and all this stuff. This system that John has put together, I think, is really pretty unique. And the one thing I can appreciate, being just turned 70, so I can't see anything, is not having to read car numbers and figure out what road names and all that stuff. So John's got a very, very flexible system. So I'm going to let him explain it to you.
Yeah. Basically, I got the idea for this from my friend Peter, who found an article on the internet. It was written by some railroad employees who do this for a living. They decided they didn't want to do much paperwork and switch lists when they're playing with their trains. So basically, they were spotting types of cars. So a boxcar for a boxcar, an oil car for an oil car, a covered hopper for a covered hopper, and so on, and not worrying about the road name or the number. And I kind of like that, because there's 600 cars on the layout, and I surely didn't want to keep track of 600 cars with car cards or whatever. So basically, here in Northern Maine Junction, this is what the yard master will use to break down a train. So it's the caribou turn. This list on the left has all the types of cars on the railroad, and every card in here is the same.
So this is Northern Maine Junction. So this is a Northern Maine Junction train.
Correct.
Card. So one card for each train.
One card for each train. So this is the card for the caribou train. So if the caribou train comes back into the yard and it has, we'll say, an insulated boxcar or reefer, it can go to 2 destinations, Searsport or the Maine Central. So if it goes to Searsport, he sets it on 4. Going to Maine Central, it goes out on 8. And there's some types of cars that should never be coming back from Caribou, and they're X'd out. So if you get one of those back from Caribou, it ended up there by mistake. It's a pretty simple system.
And show us how he builds the train.
So to build the train, Caribou is one of the tougher trains to build, so I come up with a list on the back. This is the blocking instructions. So if we got 25 cars out on the Caribou track and the guy's got to build a train, he goes, what do I send? Well, he starts building it from the rear forward, so he'll set a caboose out and he'll put all the cars that are bound for Caribou on it. So the caboose is here, the pulp racks are next, tank cars, the 57s get moved to the head end of the cut. These cars go to Limestone Air Force Base, so he might send a flat car or 4 or 5 coal hoppers, whatever. Then the salt hoppers, grain hoppers, and the mechanical ice reefers on the head pin. After that, he'll throw the Caribou block on, so he'll look for some box cars, a flat car or a gondola to go to Caribou. After that, the Packards. Packards go on the head pin, take up the 3 pulp racks and 6 reefers. Some of the cars, some of them have we only want 2 of each to go. If he's got 4 in the yard, he'll send 2, put 2 back in the yard for the next trip.
And you've always got plenty of cars to do this, to fill that train?
Normally, yes.
Okay.
Sometimes there may not be 2 salt hoppers. There might be 1 or none, so they just won't go. You know?
So he builds his train using this card.
Yeah.
They run it off to
He'll set it out
Caribou.
on the... well, first, the yard guy will set it out on the departure track and grab some power from the engine house. He'll put the power on the train. We'll do a crew call. And off it goes. But before it goes, the switch list is what the operator is going to. So there's a card for each job. So this is the Caribou turn. It's a northbound. It departs Northern Maine Junction. It arrives at Packard, and it sets off up to 4 reefers. Well, you can set off more. It's scheduled to drop 4, so there's 4 on the head pin for it. Then he'll go to Washburn, and today there was 2 boxcars. He gets up to Caribou, and this is the amount of cars in the train that go to the different tracks here.
So he knows exactly what he needs to do then.
Yeah.
And does he need to worry about how many cars are already in Caribou?
No. No. Actually, the yard guy generally goes over to Caribou before the train goes out and looks at what's there and fills in the number for them to pull.
Got it.
Works pretty good.
Nice and simple.
Yep.
And you don't have to worry about car number or this car or that car. It's
right.
A car type.
Right. The biggest problem is sometimes I'll find a chemical tank car where a oil car could go. Sometimes I'll find a mechanical reefer where a box car should have gone, but we don't get too shook about that.
Operator error.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about dispatching. So now we're going to talk about dispatching. Now, John, you use train controller software for dispatching.
Yes.
Tell us about the software. What can it do?
It can do just about everything. Well, the software lets us know where all the trains are. All the blocks are wired on this. This is the Rigby staging yard. Has all the tracks on it. Every block that's pink, there's a train setting on it. Train leaves here and it goes out. It goes up to the layout. This is the lower level. There's a train sitting out here. You see that block's lit. That's Deering. Goes to the end, goes up, goes across the middle level, gets up to Waterville. You can see the pink blocks. There's trains sitting on those tracks.
So you can tell where everything is.
Yes. Leaves Waterville, comes up onto the Bangor and Aroostook. Same deal. All the side tracks aren't really shown. It's basically the main lines passing sidings, and in the yards we show all the tracks in the yards because most of them are block detected, so we know, especially the AD tracks, so we know there's a train on it.
And you can do signaling with this too.
Yes, we have a few signals up on the upper level. Signaling's another can of worms.
Oh yeah.
Finding the right searchlight signals in N-Skill is kind of hard, and I'm not going to go down that road till basically all the layout's done because I've already broken 3 signals off doing scenery work, so that's, for me, probably an end game project.
So if you want to, the computer can actually run the system, run the trains.
Oh, correct. Yeah, if we're going to do an open house like for Tour de Chooch, you can take this basically out of manual throttle mode and you can program schedules for trains. We've had as many as 10 trains running on the layout at once. They do meets. It's pretty crazy to watch. 10 trains going, 2 guys in the room and no throttle in your hand.
So knowing that it can do a lot of stuff, how do you guys actually use it?
Well, we use it, my friend Peter is the train controller guru here. He's implemented all of this here, drawn the track plan, the detection, and so on. So this is his
so does he do he does the dispatching for you in an operating session?
Yeah, he does the dispatching. So if you're going to take a train out of the staging yard, you're going to let him know that you're going to go take a train off track 4, whatever train it may be, and your first stop is like always Brunswick unless you're on a passenger train. So he will give you a clear to go to Brunswick. He can click a button here for track 4. If you're leaving from track 4, it'll line every turn out to Brunswick, and you run to Brunswick. You get to Brunswick, you let them know you're there, and then you use a local control panel to do all your work. Once you've done all your work, you get the train on the right track, but you'll call in to dispatch and let them know you're ready to proceed to next stop is Waterville, and he'll say yay or nay, or he may say go to Hallowell and wait on the siding, or whatever the case may be. Could be an opposing train coming, so but he'll watch it. He can see where all the trains are, and he'll watch the blocks and keep us all out of trouble.
I think we're just about done. John, I want to thank you very much for opening up your layout for us and explaining all the stuff. I learned a lot of stuff, and I'm sure other people listening to this will also learn.
All right, well, you're welcome.
And when do we come back?
Whenever you want.
Okay, thanks again.
Door's always open.
Thanks, John.
Welcome to part 1 of the 2022 edition of the NERx Model Showcase. Each night, we will look at some of the models submitted for the showcase, and over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see them all. Let's enjoy part 1. With tonight's roundtable discussion on women in model railroading, it seemed appropriate to see what a few women shared for tonight's edition of the Model Showcase. First up is this HO-scale scratch-built boxcar being built by Jean Spalte, a Lakeshores Division member. Jean has never built a railroad model before, and a Roundtable Build It clinic kindled her interest. You can see the progress she has made on the model to date after 4 sessions. Jean's husband Gordon is also building a model of the boxcar. Speaking of Gordon, here is a pair of photos of an HO-scale station, the Quebec Junction Depot that he scratch-built. The model uses Tichy windows and people doors, however the baggage doors are scratch-built. The station platform is board-by-board balsa wood stained with an alcohol ink solution. The roof is illustration board covered with painted newsprint paper and sponge to finish it. And interior lighting was added to show off interior detail in the baggage room. After tonight's roundtable discussion on women in model railroading, we share the work of Sue Osberg, one of its panelists. Sue is the superintendent of the Little Roadie Division. The first model Sue shares with us is an HO-scale Seckler's cold storage kit by Bar Mills. Sue also constructed this fine-scale miniatures kit, Elijah Roth and Sons. Here is another angle of Sue's model showing the watermill. Sue also models N-scale. This is a scratch-built church for an N-scale T-track module. The module is part of the local T-track layout, the Rhode Island and Old Colony Railroad. Rich Newmiller, a master model railroader from the Garden State Division, shares his latest project, the scratch-built Glenside Lumber and Coal Company in HO scale. Rich used to pass by this lumberyard during his commute to a job in Center City, Philadelphia. In fact, Rich bought the lumber used for his first house from this lumberyard. He got the idea to replicate the complex on his model railroad and is scratch building it. All 3 photos are the interior of the main building. That's it for part 1 of the NERx Model Showcase. Part 2 of the showcase will air tomorrow evening.
Hello again, this is Dave Inslee from the NER, excited to be your host for the evening. Next up, we have a clinic inspired by a picture and a challenge from a friend. Our clinician is a retired professor of biology and college dean at the University of Tampa. Upon retirement, he moved from Florida to New Hampshire, where he models New Mexico in ON30. He's been active in the NMRA since 1991, where he has served on the National Board of Directors, was the 8P chair for the Sunshine region, and currently serves as the manager of the Modeling with the Masters program. He is Master Model Railroader number 525. Telling us how he modeled the Pie Town stage, please welcome Jim Gore. Jim, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we can
I'm here to
just
tell you a
have
little bit
speed run.
about building the Pie Town stage. It's a pandemic challenge and a bit of a project, both things which I enjoy immensely. So I thought I would tell the story to everyone else also. First, a little bit about myself. For those of you who don't know, I model in the evil scale of ON30, which means what I'm going to talk about is in O scale. I modeled the Jamison Rio Grande, a fictional railroad in northern New Mexico. It started with Pete McMullin and a phone call and a challenge from him. He is a person who enjoys perusing through Shorpy, and if you don't know Shorpy, it's worth investigating. Shorpy was a series of public domain pictures taken from the 1920s to the 1950s, and mostly you can find these photographs in the Library of Congress. And so these are all public domain. This is what Pete sent me. Pete sent me this photograph and said, look at that thing. That's the Pie Town stage, and it's Pie Town, New Mexico. So certainly you would want to model this. Well, I took a look at it, and it took me quite a while to figure out what I was looking at. This is the stage. This is actually a passenger vehicle, part of the Santa Fe Trailways system, and it ran from Socorro, New Mexico to Springerville, Arizona. And this is just a picture, and it looks quite interesting, I must admit, and it would be an interesting little bit of a diorama for my layout. So I thought, well, let's see what else I can find out about it. And I said to Pete, well, let me see if I can figure out how you would build it. I took a look around and found another photograph. This is the same day, looking at the same stage from the back, and you can see some rather amazing things that are being loaded onto this vehicle. It's loaded with all kinds of luggage and packages, and up here there are a couple of empty milk cans, and here are a stack of baby chicks. So obviously this served a rural farm community, and it served it quite well apparently for quite a while. The other thing that I noticed was interesting is it has both Arizona and New Mexico license plates front and back. And I also noticed that they're selling Barnsdall gasoline. Never heard of it myself, so I had to do some research there as well. So let's go back to the source. And so I did a little bit of investigating to find out about why and how these pictures were made. It turns out that the photographer was a fellow named Russell Lee. He was employed by the Farm Security Administration, which was part of the Office of War Information. I'm not exactly sure why he got the job, but his job was to document rural farming during the years up to and during World War II. And so if you get on Shorpy, you will see hundreds and hundreds of Russell Lee photographs, as well as photographs from all over New Mexico and all over the US that documented rural farming. Here's another photograph of the Pie Town stage, as it was called, just simply because it was in the town of Pie Town. There is a town like that right on the Arizona-New Mexico border. And here is the driver at the general merchandise store at some other time. The thing that fascinated me about this one was the 2 boxes of butternut bread. And the bottom one is obviously crushed up quite well, so I can't imagine who's going to buy that loaf at the other end. The other thing that I thought was kind of fascinating was distances to all of these major cities all over the US and including New Mexico. So I have to go back and see what Russell Lee can tell me about the Pytown stage. So first thing I looked at was the top of the stage says it's Santa Fe Trailways. The trailway system was pretty unique to each state in the 1930s and the 1940s. It was a series of buses and obviously passenger vehicles that traveled all over each state to deliver packages and passengers. It eventually merged to become what we know as Continental Trailways. I know Continental Trailways quite well because I rode it between my hometown in Los Alamos, New Mexico, to university at the University of Colorado in Boulder. But I wanted to know what the colors were. What were the colors of the vehicle on that black and white photo? So I searched around and started off by looking at Continental Trailways because at least they have color photographs of their vehicles. And so I can see that there's a rather uncomfortable color of yellow and a red. And that's Continental Trailways just as I remember it riding up to Boulder, actually to Denver, Colorado. And so I figured, okay, the main colors other than the silver must be yellow and red. It was at about that time as I was searching around that I found a colorized version of that first photograph that Pete McGowan sent me. And sure enough, it has the famous Continental set of colors. I also noticed some of the lettering and things like that. It says Santa Fe Trailways across the top of the vehicle. And I looked at the vehicle and I thought, okay, this is interesting. This has a rear suicide door and the front end opens as most doors do now. And I looked at that symbol and I looked at that symbol and finally realized, oh, it's a Plymouth. So this is about a 1936 Plymouth sedan. So the question then comes, what am I going to find a 1936 Plymouth in O scale? And we'll get to the other things later on. This comes from Reddit, by the way, in case you want to see colorized versions of a lot of photographs. So how would you build this beast? That's exactly what Pete asked me, and I thought, well, there's a 1936 Plymouth with suicide doors. Is there an available model? So I searched around and I searched around. Is there a die-cast version? Well, eventually I decided, no, there isn't a die-cast version that I want to spend any money on because the only one I could find was a Brookline model that cost $275 die-cast. And you'd have to strip it and repaint it. And there's no way I'm going to do that to a $275 148 car. Is there a kit version of the 36 Plymouth? I searched around for about a month and decided, no, there isn't a kit version, at least not in O scale. So I thought about it for a while, and I thought about it for a while and began shopping around and found something else. That's the UMCA. That looks reasonably close with a little bit of modification. Maybe I can make it Plymouth-like. And so this is the model I settled on. It's made by Ace, who's in the Ukraine. And so it takes a while to get a copy of these until you find out some good model, plastic model dealers who might have them in stock. This is a GAZ, G-A-Z, which was licensed by Ford to the Soviet Union right before World War II. And so there are several different GAZ models. This is the M1. It was a Soviet staff car. It was called the MKA. At least colloquially, it's 1/48 scale, costs about $19, $20. And of course, in my case, at least, you have to pay for the postage from the Ukraine. But at any rate, I looked at that and thought, pretty close. Maybe I can make this look something like the Pytown stage. So I began by making a list of things that needed to be changed in this vehicle. So alterations. First of all, I wanted to have an interior with figures because doors open or not, you could see that there were passengers inside the Pytown stage. And of course, this isn't those plastic manufacturers like Hasegawa and Tamiya and some of those others. I bet there's going to be some putty mold lines to fill. I need new side hood vents because the Plymouth had different vents than the Ford did. It had a split rear window, and then of course it had safety bars on it so the things that were packed up and back didn't come crashing through in on the passengers. There was no front suicide door, and so I had to change the hinge arrangements on the vehicle because it should open in the correct direction. At least you should see the large hinge points. I needed to build a rear luggage platform. I had to find some luggage to put into this thing. And I had to build that roof rack. So there's the bit that I could actually use from the model because it's pretty generic for 1930s vehicles. And it fit a couple of passengers, not the 5 or 6 that actually fit in the photograph, but I figured that was close enough. And there they are painted afterwards. It turns out the fellow with the big tall hat was too big for the vehicle. His head stuck up right through the roof, so eventually I had to remove him, but you can see that I also had to fill in a whole lot of putty. And eventually I'm gonna have to turn this into a double window, a double rear window. So there I am starting to work on this thing. Here I took off the hinges here, which would have made this double suicide doors, and took some pieces of plastic sprue, actually tubular sprue here from evergreen styrene, and cut a couple of things that would be hinges in the right place so that there was still a rear suicide door, but not a front suicide door. And of course, then I started building up this rear window using a piece of 1/10 styrene, filling it in with putty and doing a whole lot of shaping. I think I spent probably a week just trying to shape this thing. And then of course I had to put on this new side vent, which is really nothing more than a couple of pieces of styrene that I shaped with a file. Then of course you got to prime it and find out all the mistakes you made. A few things had to be removed and put back in again, but that's the best way to do it, is to prime it. And so this is primed with a plain old gray color. And then I had to find some colors. And shopping around for colors is interesting these days because there aren't very many hobby shops. But I did find 2 colors that look really darn close to Continental Trailways colors. This is sort of a burgundy red that comes from Rust-Oleum, and something called Summer Squash, again by Rust-Oleum. They're rattle cans. I haven't painted with rattle cans in quite a while, but these are the 2 best colors I could find. So I masked it off, painted the Summer Squash color, masked it again, sprayed the Summer Squash color, and then sprayed that red color. And so there it is. There's the beginnings of the stage. There it is on the chassis with the windows put in. Those windows are interesting. The Ace company actually provides windows on a flat sheet of very thin acetate. It has lines to cut it out, but there's no way that they actually fit the windows of that model. So eventually I wound up having to take some microscope glass and cut that out to make those windows, to make them look halfway decent. There's the rear window, and there's my first attempt at the platform, which is made out of strip styrene and some sheet styrene and some other things, approximately the size that I could measure off of the photograph. And of course, you have to put the safety bars on there. And no, they weren't cut very evenly, but you put them on there. And this comes to an interesting other set of problems. There are a whole lot of rear lights, rear red lights on the Pytown stage. And I thought to myself, where am I going to get these lenses? It turns out that there's something quite useful to use for these lenses, and that is a color paint that comes from Tamiya. They make a clear red, a clear yellow, and actually they make a clear green as well. But if you take these housings for the rear lights and you discover that the paint is sufficiently viscous that you could just dab it on and it forms and beads up quite nicely into a nice lens. So this lens is nothing but blobs of Tamiya clear red. And so that turned out to work out quite nicely for the rear lenses, and there are actually some front red lenses also. You can see that over the letterboards. Now, the interesting part here was that, of course, I modeled northern New Mexico, not where the Pytown stage actually ran. So one of the things I did was to figure out different destinations. And one of the things that I thought about in the 1940s and 1950s was that the old Chili line, the old Denver and Rio Grande Western, was abandoned in 1942. And I thought to myself, well, there are quite a few Indian reservations, Native American reservations, that line the Rio Grande River. And so I decided that it would be a useful thing to essentially reroute the Pytown stage, or at least another version of the stage, from Tesuque Pueblo up through San Ildefonso and Santa Clara Pueblos, and all the way up eventually to Taos Pueblo, which is essentially where the old Chili lines ran before it ran into Santa Fe out of Antonito, Colorado. And so what I decided to do was to make a route direction from Tesuque to Taos, New Mexico, indicating that this was a Pueblo stage. I also began the beginnings, or started the beginnings, of the roof rack. This is actual wood that I drilled holes in to make the tie downs and things like that. Now, the roof rack itself was an interesting challenge. At least it was challenging to me because for some reason I can't seem to solder worth beams. And even though I tried several different types of jigs and things like that, I couldn't get anything to solder that looked decent. So this roof rack is made not out of wire, but it is made out of plastic, which is very, very thin styrene rod that I welded together with 10X, and it worked quite nicely. I figured over the years it's got to be pretty well beat up. And in fact, it's probably not very symmetrical, but then nobody would notice because it's going to be loaded with all kinds of packages and freight and things like that. You know, the door handles are on now so that the rear door would open up this way like a suicide door, and this one would open forward. So I started to load up all kinds of different pieces of luggage. These are all kinds of different things that came from the scrap box. And you can see that the back is being loaded up. I had to put some butternut bread in there and a couple of boxes of bread. And there's some more suitcases and some wrapped up things there. And it looks like there's a bag there. And so there's all kinds of things loaded up onto this rack and getting ready to go. If you're interested, out of curiosity, let me go this way. Those dual license plates, they're easy to do. And at least on a no scale layout, to have license plates on there makes it look quite realistic. So you can get license plates if you go to a place called worldlicenseplates.com, and you can choose various sorts of states. For example, there are the New Mexico plates between 1950 and 1959. And so since I modeled the late fall of 1951 in my layout, I would use both 1951 and 1952 license plates. So there's New Mexico, there, for example, is Colorado, there is Texas, and you can get all kinds of states license plates, and you can size these as you want through PowerPoint, or you can use Photoshop or something like that to size them to just about any scale you want. And if you're modeling like I do in New Mexico and look at government locations, there are government license plates for those same year periods. And there are even reservation license plates for those year periods so that you can really make this thing pop out. As Wyoming, for example, they don't have very interesting license plates in Wyoming. Now comes the interesting part. There's a couple of different things that go on here that need to be seen. First of all, the decaling is interesting. It taught me a few lessons of making decals. Santa Fe Trailways took me a long time to make because they're individual. Then I decided that I needed to learn how to make decals using a ink printer. That's when I discovered, as you can notice right here, that when they say print this out on your inkjet printer and spray it several coats of fixative, that means more than 2. It means 4 or 5 coats of fixative, because otherwise, the minute you dip it into water, the ink starts to run out. Here's another hint, and don't ask me how I know. Don't use decal paper designed for a laserjet printer, because the ink from an inkjet printer will bead up on that paper and just literally disappear within seconds of the time it's printed. So, something else I noticed, that on this particular side of the vehicle was a sign on the roof rack about cursing, foul language, and things like that prohibited on the Santa Fe Trailways. So here it is with the better version. I use this as the Pueblo stage instead of the Santa Fe stage incorporated. Here are all the various license plates and things like that. There's the butternut bread and everything ready to go. So then, of course, you had to tie it down. So here it is all tied down and ready to go. And it looks pretty much like the beast that Pete had me fascinated with. And so here it is, ready to go on the small diorama that I'm going to put together to go on to my layout. In case you're wondering what this is, it took me a while to figure that out, but that's actually a rolled piece of canvas that's tied down to the front of the roof rack, so that in the event of inclement weather, at least the stuff that's up here, they can unroll this canvas and roll it down over the top and protect most of the stuff from dust storms and rain and snow and things like that. Now, I need a structure. Now, I'm not going to build the Pie Town structure there, the post office there, but I thought that was kind of a neat idea. So what I decided to do was to look around for structures that were appropriate to, the Western US, that I could make it look like something like a real destination. There actually is a place in Totavi, New Mexico, about 5 miles north of the Ottawa Bridge, where the old Chili line crossed the Rio Grande. There was a place in Roy called Roy's. That's what we all called it in the 1950s. It wasn't much of a town. It was an indentation in the road with a Chevron station and some house trailers across the road. And I thought to myself, well, let's try that. Let's build Roy's. And so I took an old Stony Creek model, it's called Field Office, and I decided to modify it into 3 buildings, more or less. A separate post office from the main general store, and something off the backside. The field office has a storage facility made out of a boxcar that I changed into Ed's Fix-It. And then I needed some characters. I like characters in 148. They gotta tell a story. They gotta be able to tell me something about the layout, tell observers something about the layout, about the area and things like that. And of course I needed those Barnsdall gas pumps. And And that's yet another story. We'll get back to that in a minute. So here's Roy's Totavi store. And you notice that there's the stage parked in front of it. There's Roy. He's standing out front of the Totavi store. Roy is the mayor of Totavi. He's also the postmaster. And all the employees who work for Roy live across the street in the house trailers, and they all vote for him because if they don't, he'd fire them. So at any rate, there's Roy standing out in front of the stage stop. And you'll notice that there's the bus depot, Santa Fe Trailways, and indeed, it took a little bit of search on Google, but you can actually find quite a few copies of this bus depot sign for the Santa Fe Trailways. And I simply sized one on PowerPoint, as I recall, printed it out and put it onto the structure. There's the U.S. Post Office. Apparently, this is quite common in the Western U.S. at the time. The U.S. Post Office actually sits way back here. It's just a small thing, but then Totavi only has a residency of about 20 people. But you have a separate post office, a store in front, which might be a general store, and a few characters. This is a character that I named Scooter. Scooter is the local ne'er-do-well who sort of sits in front of the Totavi store and waits to pack and unpack the Santa Fe stage. And right here, Scooter's trying to figure out how to get that mailbag in amongst the packages that are going somewhere between Taos and Tasuki and being dropped off or picked up away from Totavi. And here's sort of the finished version with the driver. This is the driver who I named Luis. And Luis is just simply telling Scooter to get a move on as he gets the mail all up on the package and ready to go. Now, the Barnsdall gas pumps are a couple of different sorts of things. Those are Wiseman kits for the pumps themselves. These are manual pumps. You pump that handle to pump it up to the number of gallons that you wanted to purchase. And back in those days, the price of gasoline was about 15 cents a gallon. And so you could buy 10 gallons for about $1.50. The Barnsdall gasoline signs come from, again, a Google search on the internet where I found these things, sized them to what I thought was a good dome size. And then I printed them out. Those are decals that I printed out again on a laserjet printer, an inkjet printer. And then I had to make my own little domes on top for the Barnsdall gasoline. They sell both regular and ethyl. At the time, there were only two grades, regular being a smaller amount of tetraethyl lead, and ethyl or supergas had enough tetraethyl lead to make that octane up to about 91 or 92. So there is the backside of Scooter. He's working on still figuring out how to get that mail in there. There's Luis telling him to get a move on. But there's something else that makes this very noticeable and very recognizable on a layout as New Mexico. And that's that thing right there. I had to take a better picture of it to show to everybody here tonight. But that is a chili ristra. In the fall of the year, every building in New Mexico has chili ristras hanging off of it. And so I had to make some chili ristras. And so these chili ristras are made out of basmati rice, glued together onto a small, short piece of dowel and painted several different coats of things to make them look like drying out chili peppers. And you can see there's the chair. That's where Scooter usually waits for something to happen. He's got a pile of Batman comic books there. And those are actually from 1951 that I, again, resized and threw down on the floor next to Scooter's chair. And then there's Ed's Fix-It Supply. It's an old narrow gauge boxcar. I took it and made it a little bit more interesting. A couple of ne'er-do-wells out there playing checkers, a coal box, a bicycle. That's probably the bicycle that Ed rides from across the street to get to his Fix-It and Supply. And that's really that was a challenging thing as well. This is not painted, by the way. This is all done with pan pastels. Pan pastels make an interesting weathering kind of a medium, and it works great, particularly in old vehicles and old cars. Also, there's old Ed. Ed's sitting there probably trying to figure out what he should be doing and trying to get the two guys to get away from their checker game. There's just the backside of Ed right there. Here he is on front. He's trying to figure out how he's going to get that one lunger out of that box, and then how and when he can transport it to its rightful dealer. So this is actually the final picture. This is Pie Town. I thought this was kind of humorous. I haven't modeled it yet. Of course, it's Pie Town, New Mexico, but that is indeed actually a rest area in Pie Town, New Mexico. And with that, I'll ask if there are any questions. And I will also tell you that if you have any questions and you can't think of them now or just want to send me an email and I'll be happy to answer you, send it to my email at jgore@ut.edu. That's UT, that's the University of Tampa. I used to teach there a long time ago. Well, not so long ago anymore, but I've been retired for a few years and live up here in New Hampshire now. So we're done.
All right. Wow, Jim, that was incredible. A lot of detail in that modeling. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Have you always been modeling in O scale?
Oh no, I've been a rubber gauger forever. I think I started off in N scale, and as my eyes got worse, I graduated to HO for about 10 years. And then when I moved actually from Georgia to Florida, I decided that was the opportunity to sell all the HO and go to ON30. So I've tried them all.
Fantastic. So I have a title for my blog called The Diary of a Below Average Modeler. So for people like me that are really aspiring to get to that level, what would you recommend for how to kind of get yourself started? Because that kind of seems overwhelming at times.
Well, it might seem overwhelming, but it's a matter of just setting yourself a goal and not worrying about how long it's going to take you to get there. Adding details sort of just comes after a while. You start off with the big pieces and add little ones in and around them. The Pie Town Express itself, that took quite a while to even figure out how to get there. But the rest of the detailing is what I expect of myself on my layout. So to me, it comes naturally, but I don't think it should be too intimidating. It's just something that you add a little bit of here and there as time goes along. I don't model longer than about an hour in any increment of time, and I build all of my models on the bench as a sort of a diorama so that I can walk away from it, come back, add a few details here and there, walk away from it again. And so I revisit the model hundreds of times before I finally am done with it.
Yeah, so one of the questions from a viewer was, how long did you spend researching this project?
Well, I probably spent about a month of evenings, so maybe 15, 20 hours going through Library of Congress photographs and things like that before I decided that I had enough to make a good attempt at the Pie Town stage. The rest of it just sort of had to fit my layout. I'd do a lot of research on a lot of things I'd never known about, like Barnsdall oil. I'd never heard of Barnsdall oil. So that was an interesting set of experiences. I enjoy the research anyway, so it was it sort of adds to the history a little bit.
Yeah, and so did you have a budget in mind for this project, or really what was the total cost?
Well, the model itself, I think, was about $17, and I actually ordered it from the Ukraine about 5 years ago. It'd been sitting on the shelf waiting for me to build it. And the kit, well, I don't know, it's probably about $50 or $60 because it's all in O scale. And a lot of parts are scratch built too. That's just the junk box filled with remnants from old models. So I don't know, $100, $150.
And for the project, how long did it take you to complete it?
I want to guess about 200 hours, more or less. Yeah. Didn't keep a log.
So you said earlier you modeled in all the scales, N, H, O, O.
Mm-hmm.
What do you find are the advantages and disadvantages in modeling in O scale?
Well, I suppose the disadvantage is that, of course, it doesn't have the breadth of material available that HO does. On the other end, which means you have to scratch build a lot more. And to me, that's a fun challenge, is being able to scratch build something or to modify something to make it look more like what I want. So that may be one of the disadvantages. The advantages are that you can add a lot more detail than you might be able to in HO or N, unless you really got some micro forceps and magnifying glasses and things like that. I can reduce newspapers and magazine covers and things like that in O scale, and they're still readable through the windows and things like that. So that to me is kind of a fun part about O scale, is that you can add a lot more detail that people can pick up on.
I noticed when you decaled the car, it looked pretty good, right? So it really almost looked like it was painted on. I know I've struggled with putting decals on something and looking like, it's about 5 feet thick. So what techniques do you use to try to hide your decals?
Well, other than the fact that you actually use the decal paper recommended for inkjet printers, it's fairly thin film anyway. I cut as close to the decals as I can and put them on slowly and expect that I will get a lot of silvering if I don't put down Solvaset. I use Walther's old Solvaset, and I'll let it dry for 24 hours before I even touch it. And then I'll go back, and if there's any silvering, I will take a pin and just prick some of the silvered bubbles and things like that, put down another layer of Solvaset, and again, wait another 24 hours until it's absolutely dry. And I may go through that 2 or 3 times. And then and only then do I spray it with usually a gloss coat followed by a dull coat if necessary.
Great. So I also noticed in your video you used microscope glass as opposed to acetate.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you find working with real glass versus the acetate, and then where you're finding microscope glass these days?
Well, I was a professor of biology for a lot of years, so I have a count at a biological supply house, but actually medical supply houses will sell cover slip glass, which is what you use, microscope cover slip glass, not the microscope glass itself, but the cover slip that goes on top. And Clover House sells microscope cover slip glass, which is a nice dimension for O scale. And you have to have a nice diamond cutter and expect that you're going to break some glass. Unfortunately, it's got to be a good sharp diamond cutter, and you've got to be patient and careful. But it works quite well, and I know a lot of people who use that instead of acetate or clear styrene. I can make clear styrene work most of the time, but in this case, I just decided to play with the glass.
Great. And I also love those tie downs you did on the roof. At first, I almost thought, hey, was that dental floss or?
Actually, I think it's called Easy Line, and it comes from Berkshire Junction. And if you go to the Berkshire Junction websites, or if you go to, actually, I think I got some of mine from Amazon. You can buy it in a couple of different thicknesses, and you can get it in black and in a charcoal gray and white, and I believe a tan color. So you can get anything. And the nice thing about it is that you tie a knot at one end, and then of course you can pull it taut and tie the knot at the other end so that you don't have to worry about it looping around and looking saggy and things like that. It can look quite tight. And you can trim it with a microscope scissors or a micro scissors of some sort.
Great. Yeah, I mean, the details on that roof in particular were just really fabulous. So I don't, Pete is a friend of yours, right? He suggested this and got you going on it.
Yeah.
Are you still counting Pete as a friend?
Sometimes, yeah.
So what projects has he got on the hook for you next?
Well, actually, he's got an Adobe gas station that he thinks I ought to build. And so I've been contemplating this Adobe gas station, but I've been putting it off for about a year now because I finally got my layout room constructed. When we moved to New Hampshire, I was promised the loft of a barn, which was about 40 by 60. And it was going to be the dream layout until I discovered how much it was going to cost to get the place insulated and up to code. So I graduated to a woodshed, which is 20 by 40, and it took about a year to get it prepared so I could start the layout. And since I've been working on the layout, I've been doing less on Pete McGowan projects. But every once in a while, I pull one off for him.
There you go. Well, we'll look forward to seeing your layout tour on a future version.
I'll be glad to show it.
And then maybe next time we can talk about why anyone in their right mind would retire and move from Florida to New Hampshire.
Well, that's true. That's true. It's this is my wife's house. She grew up here. 7th generation. The house was built in 1803. So there's lots of nooks and crannies and lots of acreage to go with it. And there was the promise of that 40 by 60 foot room in the loft of the barn, but it'll be plenty for me. I'm old enough to know that I probably couldn't even fill 40 by 60. So 20 by 40 is just fine.
Sounds great. Well, we really appreciate having you on, and look forward to seeing more of your modeling in a future version of NERx.
Sounds good. I'll be there.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
Yep.
Okay, Dave Inslee back with you as we prepare for our final presentation of the evening. Speed is going to do his best to get the video out for you guys. So just a couple reminders. Our next in-person convention for the NER will be hosted September 15th through the 18th in Windsor, Connecticut. Registration for the convention will be opening soon, so please check out ner-conventions.org for all the latest information. You can also sign up for emails by visiting the nernmra.org website to get on our email list so you get all the NER news and information about our conventions. Next up, we have another fantastic layout tour. The Boston and Maine themed layout is inspired by scenes from Boston to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The layout measures 28 by 18 in 2 rooms and can run either point-to-point or continuous running. The railroad is designed with operations in mind, having businesses, spurs, passing tracks, engine facilities, and everything needed to have a functional railroad. The main line is 194 feet, and the layout contains many scratch-built prototype structures from the area. Passengers, milk, and freight service were important to the Boston and Maine and are well represented on this magnificent railroad. It has been featured on the cover of Model Railroader and in numerous articles in MR, the NMRA magazine, and our own coupler. Sit back and enjoy The Boston and Maine by Tom Oxnard. Please play the video.
So today we're going to look at Tom Oxnard's HO scale layout, the Boston and Maine. It's a well-known layout for the Seacoast, New Hampshire. Tom's background in model railroading started with American Flyer and then grew into HO. In the 1980s, he and his kids were working on a 4x8 layout in the basement. The current layout started in 1996 and is B&M inspired. As you'll see from the scenery and the structures, it's a very, very impressive railroad. Tom is also well known for his multiple publications in model railroading magazines. He's got 6 in Model Railroader, 2 in Model Railroad Craftsman, and 4 with some of the NMRA magazines, but certainly well known to most of us. In addition to Tom's publications, Tom also has 11 NMRA certificates, including his Master Model Railroader that he got in 2015. He also has several modeling awards at NMRA conventions. Yeah, this picture is Tom's layout and overview that was done in Model Railroader in 2020. It starts in the Boston yard, which is the southernmost part of the railroad, with this a small yard, several nice buildings, cityscape kind of area. Then we move into Boston proper, nice engine facility there, lots of skyscrapers and city-like buildings. Then we go off to Portsmouth, which is your typical seashore with boats and nice water. And then we go north into Bradford, which is really the transition where we start moving into the countryside of Tom's layout. And then it takes us into Warrenton, there's some really, really nice structures there along the rail that Tom has done a great job with. And then we move into Ashland, which is a shelf railroad that he put in several years ago to complement the layout. Then he ends up in the northern part of the layout on White River Junction with his yard. So, good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Welcome to the Boston and Maine, New Hampshire division. This is a freelance layout that I started in 1996. It has gradually expanded over the years and runs from Boston at the south end on up through Portsmouth in New Hampshire and into northern New Hampshire, and then on into White River Junction at the north end. It can either be run as a loop or it can be a point-to-point with turntables at each end and a loop at the southern end. So we're standing in front of the Boston Yard here, and this is the south end Boston Yard.
This is really a great area.
So this is Signal Tower A, and here comes the Flying Yankee onto drawbridge number 1. So these are some prototype structures that I did with the Charlestown Bridge in the background. And then I just put in a lot of factories that have some Boston names. Buildings certainly kit-bashed and modeled after some prototype buildings, and certainly some freelanced, lots named for Boston structures.
Yeah, it looks very industrial.
I seem to like smokestacks, so I have a lot of smokestacks in here. I took a Walther's kit and made it into the B&M business office in the background.
And then your Exeter Brassworks, it really came out nice.
This is the Exeter Brassworks, a local structure that I drive by probably every week. And right behind that is Tower H, that is part of the Boston Yard.
All right, Tom, so we've moved out of Boston Yard, now we're coming into Boston proper, right?
This is Boston proper. This was my attempt at a city part of this layout, and it turned into Boston, but in name. But it has an engine facility with a 5-stall engine house, That's by Corber. A nice turntable and coaling, oil, and water facilities. A small yard, mainly for passengers under the city, and a lot of activity here comes through as the B&M was predominantly freight, but probably in the late 40s, 50s, 4/5 was freight and 1/5 was passenger, but certainly a lot of passenger activity in and out of Boston. And built my model of a North Station there, and a lot of other factory buildings. And Tower C down at the end is a prototypical building at the Boston Yard in Tower C. So I built Tower C, Tower H, and Tower A for the Boston Yard.
Really nice. So most of these buildings, are they all scratch built, Tom?
They're a combination of Walthers, DPM, scratch built, City Classics, a whole lot of different buildings.
And North Station was completely scratch built?
That was completely scratch built. That was inspired after the Kansas City convention, where we had views of the beautiful Union Station in Kansas City, and I thought that my city of Boston here needed an upgrade in its station, and did a facsimile of the Kansas City Union Station, scaled down obviously quite a bit.
Boston needs a proper station.
Yes.
That's great. So let's head off to Portsmouth. So here we are at Portsmouth.
This is Portsmouth, our first town in New Hampshire, and when I did my freelance layout, I really wanted to have a seaport on the scene, and a lot of fun to create and design, and have trains come down to the wharf and put in a lot of local color of seaside buildings and boats. So we live on the seacoast and love to sail, and this was a favorite scene that I really want to include. The water is Envirotex, a couple pourings of Envirotex after sealing all the cracks. I then painted on some matte medium for waves, and that took about 3 hours of painting waves. That was way too choppy when I finished, so I then did one more pour with the Envirotex to make it a little less choppy, and ended up with this.
Looks great. I love the boats.
So there is some switching involved here on the wharf and at the fish factories and lobster pounds. So lobster gets taken here all around New England.
So today we're going to look at Tom Oxnard's HO scale layout at the Boston and Maine. It's a well-known layout for the Seacoast, New Hampshire. Tom's background in model railroading started with American Flyer and then grew into HO. In the 1980s, he and his kids were working on a 4x8 layout in the basement. The current layout started in 1996 and is B&M inspired. As you'll see from the scenery and the structures, it's a very, very impressive railroad. Tom is also well known for his multiple publications in model railroading magazines. He's got 6 in Model Railroader, 2 in Model Railroad Craftsman, and 4 with some of the NMRA magazines, but certainly well known to most of us. In addition to Tom's publications, Tom also has 11 NMRA certificates, including his Master Model Railroader that he got in 2015. He also has several modeling awards at NMRA conventions. Yeah, this picture is Tom's layout, an overview that was done in Model Railroader in 2020. It starts in the Boston Yard, which is the southernmost part of the railroad, with this a small yard, several nice buildings, cityscape kind of area. Then we move into Boston proper. nice engine facility there, lots of skyscrapers and city-like buildings. Then we go off to Portsmouth, which is your typical seashore with boats and nice water. And then we go north into Bradford, which is really the transition where we start moving into the countryside of Tom's layout. And then it takes us into Warrenton, there's some really, really nice structures there along the rail that Tom has done a great job with. And then we move into Ashland, which is a shelf railroad that he put in several years ago to complement the layout. Then he ends up in the northern part of the layout on White River Junction with his yard. So, good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Welcome to the Boston and Maine, New Hampshire division. This is a freelance layout that I started in 1996. It has gradually expanded over the years and runs from Boston at the south end on up through Portsmouth in New Hampshire and into northern New Hampshire, and then on into White River Junction at the north end. It can either be run as a loop or it can be a point-to-point with turntables at each end and a loop at the southern end. So we're standing in front of the Boston Yard here, and this is the south end Boston Yard.
This is really a great area.
So this is Signal Tower A, and here comes the Flying Yankee onto drawbridge number 1. So these are some prototype structures that I did with the Charlestown Bridge in the background. And then I just put in a lot of factories that have some Boston names. Buildings certainly kit-bashed and modeled after some prototype buildings, and certainly some freelanced, lots named for Boston structures.
Yeah, it looks very industrial.
I seem to like smokestacks, so I have a lot of smokestacks in here. I took a Walther's kit and made it into the B&M business office in the background.
And then your Exeter Brass Works, it's really came out nice.
This is the Exeter Brass Works, a local structure that I drive by probably every week. And right behind that is Tower H, that is part of the Boston Yard.
All right, Tom, so we've moved out of Boston Yard, now we're coming into Boston proper, right?
This is Boston proper. This was my attempt at a city part of this layout, and it turned into Boston, but in name. But it has an engine facility with a 5-stall engine house. That's by Gore. A nice turntable and coaling, oil, and water facilities. A small yard, mainly for passengers under the city, and a lot of activity here comes through as the B&M was predominantly freight, but probably in the late 40s, 50s, 4/5 was freight and 1/5 was passenger, but certainly a lot of passenger activity in and out of Boston. And built my model of a North Station there and a lot of other factory buildings. And Tower C down at the end is a prototypical building at the Boston Yard in Tower C. So I built Tower C, Tower H, and Tower A for the Boston Yard.
Really nice. So most of these buildings, are they all scratch built, Tom?
They're a combination of Walther's, DPM, scratch built, City Classics, a whole lot of different buildings.
And North Station was completely scratch built?
That was completely scratch built. That was inspired after the Kansas City convention, where we had views of the beautiful Union Station in Kansas City, and I thought that my city of Boston here needed an upgrade in its station, and did a facsimile of the Kansas City Union Station, scaled down obviously quite a bit.
Boston needs a proper station.
Yes.
That's great. So let's head off to Portsmouth. So here we are at Portsmouth.
This is Portsmouth, our first town in New Hampshire, and when I did my freelance layout, I really wanted to have a seaport on the scene, and a lot of fun to create and design and have trains come down to the wharf and put in a lot of local color of seaside buildings and boats. So we live on the seacoast and love to sail, and this was a favorite scene that I really want to include. The water is Envirotex, a couple pourings of Envirotex after sealing all the cracks. I then painted on some matte medium for waves, and that took about 3 hours of painting waves. That was way too choppy when I finished, so I then did one more pour with the Envirotex to make it a little less choppy, and ended up with this.
Looks great. I love the boats.
So there is some switching involved here on the wharf and at the fish factories and lobster pounds. So lobster gets taken here all around New England.
Really nice details. Your pier came out great.
Bridges on the layout, and I think elevation changes are fun, but lead to challenges and not always warranted. So, but I've been able to successfully deal with my elevation changes. This is RJ Tower replica, my town of Bradford.
So this area, Tom, is what?
So this is my countryside of New Hampshire, and this was actually the original 4x8 layout that I made with the kids. That 4x8 expanded to about 6x9, and when they all left and I then decided to incorporate it into my large layout, that may have been a mistake because it's large and my aisles are narrow, but this was the original farmland and a small community of Bradford. So a lot of fun buildings and scratch-built churches and structures in there.
Your water came out nice in the river. Is that Envirotex too?
So this is all Envirotex. The Envirotex flat on the river and the falls. There's a Y right there that can lead back to the city or continue on north. We're getting into upstate New Hampshire with some waterfalls, and right in front of Bob is Profile Mountain, a little bit farther north, and if you move around to the right you can see the old man of the mountain in profile, so hard to see unless you're coming straight down the back line.
Or at least the old man exists somewhere.
Yes. Well, the old man, a lot of fond memories growing up, summers here and seeing it, so very sad to see it gone.
So again, Tom, this is Bradford?
We're now into Warrenton.
Warrenton, okay.
The next town. Some industries to switch here, and feed and grain and coal and barrel company, box company, chair company, and Merrimack Farmers Exchange on up the line, and Nelson Scrap Iron and Steel. So various industries to switch here.
And your rock work, is it plaster or?
So the rock work is from Scenic Express. It's the urethane colonial walls, and pretty much what I use everywhere. Easily cut into thicknesses and shapes and sizes, and easily put down and glued in place with some liquid nails. Lots of plaster castings on the mountain walls. This mill section was something I wanted on the new addition, really as a viewing piece as you come into the room. And the mill at the top by the falls is a South River Model Works inspired building that I scratch built, and so other mills there. The mountains behind don't go all the way to the ceiling like George Celios, but I talked to George about wanting mountains that go to the ceiling and falls that go to the floor, but I realized that my waterfalls is right across from my sea level in Portsmouth, so I didn't really want to make my waterfalls go all the way to the floor, because that really would have been
So Tom, you're like every other railroad guy I know. When you build the main layout, you always find, well, it's got to expand. So we put in Ashland, right?
So this is an afterthought, and always looking for new real estate, and I decided that this new real estate was in the next room over, so opened a hole in the wall and came through. Initially this shelf was about 12 inches deep. Probably a decade ago I went up to Ashland, New Hampshire on a rail fanning trip and with Doug Hartwell, and we stopped in Ashland to see its renovated station and the freight station. That got me into liking Ashland as a town at the north end of my layout, and getting into some prototype structure building. So this is now Ashland, and I expanded the 12-inch shelf to 18 inches and put in the full town. And along with that, Ashland lumber at the end, the freight house. Ashland lumber is a George Celios fine scale miniature model. But there is an Ashland lumber that exists. The town, the backdrops in the town are photographs from Ashland, taken at the proper angle to fit in my layout where I wanted them.
It really, the gift of the depth, the sort of fading background, that's really nice perspective.
And so Bob's Surefine Market is up there in Ashland, and the corner building is, the signage comes from Jerry's Variety, which is downtown Exeter. So Jerry's Variety has the trackside restaurant in Exeter, and great signs there. But more pictures of backgrounds of Ashland. Moving on down the line, we have the Center Ossipee grain elevator, which still exists. It's pretty rusted, but these decals were made by Jim Abbott from Highball Graphic, and so you two can make the Center Ossipee grain elevator. Just talk to Jim about getting those decals.
And this, you talked about this at the Seacoast show.
So on down the line here, this is also in Ashland. This, after looking at the train station, we took a wrong turn and went down the road and found these huge, beautiful Ashland mills, the woolen mills and knitting company. These are prototypical buildings that I took lots of pictures of and built this scene. I enjoy putting things on a slight angle to give it a little more interest and maybe get some more space, more building in that space, and places to operate trains and layouts. And down at the end, we have the creamery and again another South River Model Works building that I scratch built from pictures from Bob Van Gelder. Here is a picture of where my fictitious railroad goes. My freelance goes up from Boston, up through Hampton and Portsmouth and the towns and on to White River Junction after leaving Ashland. In real life, it doesn't do that. But
So this is a junction in a closet.
So this is the end of my railroad. This goes up through White River Junction. This is a project I did last winter during my COVID lockdown. So I had the closet here and took out a lot of junk and had space for a nice yard at the north end. So able to put in the turntable in the corner and have 7 tracks in my yard, not too tight so I can get my fingers in there. Use Bill Brown scenes from CD number 6, I think, and just layered those pictures. So again, not prototypical, but just freelance version of White River Junction.
Give it that feel. No, the layering effect is really nice. And a little bit of relief.
Well, that wraps up our first day of content for this year's NERx. Please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time for another action-packed agenda of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. On behalf of the entire NER board, I want to thank all the volunteers that gave their time to making this event possible, especially Chuck Diljak, Ed O'Rourke, Ed Oshesky, Dave Durr, James Van Bachlen, Peter Watson, John During, Chris Cafaro, Mark Moritz, Greg Williams, and Artie Crass. Thanks also to the National NMRAX crew, especially Speed, for spending the week in his Helix, helping us stream this great content. Thank you all for attending, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good night.